Everything changed the night I discovered Abby's betrayal. My wife wasn't just unfaithful, she was part of a dark conspiracy involving my bosses. They kidnapped me, locked me in a remote cabin, and subjected me to torturous interrogation. I escaped with a USB drive containing damning evidence, but the danger was far from over. Assassins were sent to silence me, and I narrowly avoided a car bomb. With the help of a rogue cop and a tech genius, I unraveled a web of corruption that reached the highest levels of power. This is my story of betrayal, survival, and revenge. Get ready for an electrifying journey into the heart of darkness. Vance Rail had always been told by people he admired that if he worked hard, stayed out of trouble, and was honest and loyal, everything would turn out fine. Now he felt foolish for believing those words. He thought that if he had lied a bit, cut corners, and taken the easy way, he wouldn't be in jail now. He had lost everything that mattered to him and faced a bleak future. Just a few weeks ago, everything he had worked for seemed within reach. He had a loving wife, a promising career, and a bright future. But now he believed his wife had not only cheated but also betrayed him in the worst way, being part of the accusations that put him in jail. His bail was set at $500,000, which to him might as well have been $1 billion. He wasn't going anywhere. He had plenty of time to think about how he ended up there. He was convinced that the blonde woman he had met must have something to do with it. She was the rudest person he had ever met. Even though he didn't know her name, he hadn't seen her once since he and his wife moved to the big city. He wanted nothing more than to get out of this mess. But all the evidence pointed to him being guilty. It seemed like an open and shut case. If he didn't know he was innocent, he would have found himself guilty too. Even though he hadn't seen the blonde woman in over 9 months, he was sure she had played a big part in his downfall. Vance thought about his hard road to almost success and his terrible crash. Not wanting to give in to the sadness, he fought with the last of his will. He kept listening to one song over and over again on his MP3 player. Martina McBride was singing anyway, and it felt like she was singing just for him. It gave him the strength to hold on. He thought back to when the blonde woman first appeared in his life, desperately looking for clues about how and why his life was falling apart, and wondering if she was behind all of it. Vance Rail was an average student, finishing the 8th grade and ready to go to high school in the fall. He was a popular athlete, doing well in football and basketball. He was part of the in crowd and many girls liked him, but his conservative parents didn't allow him to date until he was 16, so he only got to steal kisses during group activities. He was too young to focus on one girl anyway. His parents seemed especially happy to see him achieve this milestone, though they seemed a bit distracted when he told them where to sit for his graduation. He thought maybe they were just relieved he had made it this far. He had gotten through school by getting some nerds to help him with his projects, keeping his grades just average. His parents, Carl and Mary Beth Ryle, were supportive and wanted the best for their only child. They were often frustrated during his junior high years because he never tried very hard, as if just getting by was enough. They proudly clapped when he received his diploma and took all the required pictures. Afterward, Vance chatted about spending time at the community pool and hanging out with friends as his dad drove them away from the school. But he noticed they weren't heading home. "What's up, Dad? We're not going home. Isn't it too early for dinner?" his dad replied. "We'll tell you when we get there, son. Just be patient." "When we get where? What's going on?" His mom turned around in her seat, putting her hand on his and giving him a nervous smile. "It's going to be okay, Vance. No questions until we get there," she said warmly. Vance was confused. His parents were never this mysterious except at Christmas, but that was still 6 months away. Then he thought maybe they had a special graduation gift for him, and his excitement grew. They pulled into the parking lot of a fancy hotel. Once the car was parked, his mom and dad both turned to face him. But instead of excited faces, they looked worried. "Vance, your mother and I have some very important things to tell you today. We need you to listen carefully to every word. This could be one of the most important days of your life, and we want nothing more than to help you make the right decision. Please don't let us down." "I won't, Dad. I want to make you both proud of me." "We know you do, son. We both love you no matter what happens today. You know that, right? Of course I do. And I love you guys, too. Okay, here's the thing, Vance. There's a woman in one of the hotel meeting rooms who wants to meet you. Your mom and I do our best to take care of you. We may not be rich, but we work hard to make sure you have clothes, food, and a place to live. Our home might be small, but your mom keeps it tidy and cheerful. We've always aimed to give you a loving environment. I know we're not wealthy, Dad, but I've never complained. We might not have as many nice things as some other families, but I wouldn't trade my family for anything. You guys are the best. But what's going on with this woman? To be honest, we're not even sure. A woman met us earlier today but didn't give us her name. She only said that someone would meet with you. What is this about, Dad? Mom? We wish we could tell you, son, his mom said. But we had to agree to say nothing until you meet them. Listen to what they say and always remember who you are and who you represent. That's right, son, his dad added. Go inside, past the front desk. Take the first right and look for conference room number 7. You don't need to knock. They're expecting you. You're not coming with me? He asked. I'm afraid we can't. That's part of the deal we agreed to. You have to go in alone and make this decision by yourself. We aren't allowed to influence you, his dad confirmed. Your father and I will be waiting right here. Go on. And remember, we support you 100%, she repeated. With his mind spinning, Vance left the car, glanced back at his concerned parents, and entered the hotel lobby. He gave them a quick smile and wave, which they returned just as quickly. The hotel was grand, a place Vance had never visited before, but he followed the directions. He found conference room number 7 quickly and turned the handle, unsure of what to expect. He walked in and saw a single table about 50 feet inside. To the left, a woman sat alone between the wall and the table, and a single chair waited for him opposite her. As he approached, he noticed she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. She was not dressed in a revealing way, but she looked like a goddess until she spoke. As he got closer, he held out his hand to shake and said, "Hello, I'm Vance." She cut him off. "Yes, I know you're Vance Rail." She ignored his friendly gesture, looked him over quickly, and sighed. "Just sit down, boy, and let me see what we have here." Stunned by her rudeness, he smiled and took the seat as told, remembering his parents' advice. She seemed to be looking at a large file. "It says here your grades are terrible, so you're lazy and good for nothing, right?" "Ma'am, What?" He struggled to find words. He represented his parents here, and even though they were waiting outside, he was determined to be polite. "I don't really know what to say to that, ma'am." "There's nothing to say, fool. I'm just stating the facts. Your report cards show you're a no-good loser. Is that what you are?" "No, ma'am, I'm not a loser, and I think you're being very rude. Have we met before? Have I done something to you?" "No. If we had, I'm sure you would remember me," she replied with a smirk. "Why am I here, miss?" "You don't need to know my name. Who I am isn't important to your situation right now. From looking at your unimpressive records and seeing you in person, I think you're a waste of time. But your benefactor, for some unknown reason, believes there's potential in you." There were 2 water bottles on the table. One was half empty in front of her, and the other was unopened in front of him. Trying to calm down from her insults, Vance asked, "Is this water for me?" "Wow, you're sharp." "Yes, help yourself." He disliked how she called him boy sarcastically. He decided to drink some water to gain time to compose himself. "A benefactor," he repeated, hoping for more. "Yes, and why this benefactor sees anything in you is beyond me, but it's not my decision. I'm here on their behalf to offer you a chance you don't deserve." "Okay, here's the deal. You just graduated junior high school today and have 4 years of high school ahead, right?" "Yes, ma'am." "Do you have any plans for college or your future?" "Well, I haven't really thought about it much. I'm still young." "That's what I thought. No ambition, no goals, no plan, no brains. Loser." "Now just a minute," he started. She interrupted. "Shut up, fool, and listen. You have one shot, only one shot. If you take this chance, you might actually do something good with your life. If you don't, you can leave here just as clueless as you came in and stay that way forever." "One chance at what?" "One of the best education opportunities in this country, better than anything you could get alone." "What do you mean?" I'm talking about the chance to get a degree from Harvard University, young man. Why me? But how? I can't afford... She cut him off. That's the point, isn't it? You'll have to earn that degree the hard way. Hard work, serious studying, and no more fooling around. So tell me, would getting a degree from Harvard worth a lot of money but costing you nothing interest you? Of course it would. But, she interrupted again, but you don't know what to do or how to get there. I know that. The blonde woman, as he now thought of her, slid a piece of paper over to him and went on. Here is a list of courses you need to take this summer at your high school. After that, you'll be taking a heavy load of classes in 9th grade, full of math and economics. But I hate math and economics. Then we have nothing more to talk about, Vance. I'll tell your sponsor that you turned down this once-in-a-lifetime chance and chose to stay a failure. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. She looked away, acting like the meeting was over. Vance was furious. He had never felt this angry before. His parents always told him he could be anything he wanted. They supported him through everything. Now, they had brought him here for this amazing chance, and he was just going to let it slip away. He remembered telling his parents he wanted to make them proud. They brought him to meet this woman, knowing he would get this chance, and he was just going to blow it. At that moment, something changed inside him. He felt a resolve. His heart raced, pumping blood like he was running a marathon. It felt like his life came down to this clear, decisive moment. He loved his parents. They had given him everything. They got him here to this narrow chance, and he was not going to let them down. I'll do it, he said strongly. I'll take your courses. Just tell me what I have to do. She laughed hard. You think you have what it takes? You don't know half of it yet. But maybe there's a spark in you. If you want that Harvard education, you'll have to earn it. You'll have to work hard and study like never before. We'll sign you up for summer classes starting in 1 week. Then you'll take the courses we picked for all 4 years of high school, including summers. No skipping any courses, she continued. And if you think it will be easy, listen to this. You must get a grade of 3.6 or higher in every course. If you get below 3.6 even once, the deal's off. You'll prove me right by showing you're not able to make it. And nothing would please me more, she said strongly. Vance stood up. Now it's my turn to speak. I don't know who you are or why you don't like me, but I'm going to prove you wrong. You think calling me names will make me quit? You don't know me. I don't give up easily. I'll take every course you give me and I'll make the grade. You can count on that. So let's start. Tell my sponsor, whoever they are, that they were right about me. I'll make them and my parents proud. And you? I'll make you eat your words. Vance looked her directly in the eye. For a moment, he saw something in her face. Was it disgust? No, she had already shown that. Fear? No, she seemed too tough for that. Recognition? Maybe, but how? He was sure he had never seen her before. What did she see in him? Then we'll see what you're made of, won't we, young man? She slid another paper in front of him. Just sign this form at the bottom by the end of the day. A new bank account will be set up in your parents' names with a trustee managing it. We'll put $400 in there, $100 for each year of your high school. If you manage to get all your grades up and finish with a GPA of 3.6 or higher, then we'll add $100,000 to that account as a start towards your Harvard education. Vance was shocked. It was real. He quickly grabbed the pen from the table and signed the form. If you see me again, Vance, it will be because you graduated high school with the grades we talked about. To be honest, I don't think you'll stick with it, and you'll go back to wasting time and doing nothing. But I have to wish you good luck, young man. She reluctantly offered her hand to shake. He uneasily took her hand. Now our business is done. Please leave. Vance just smiled. Her rudeness now felt funny to him. He nodded and went back to the parking lot to meet his parents. After he left, the blonde woman put on a glove, picked up his half-filled bottle of water and poured it into a nearby trash can. Then she placed the bottle and cap into a clear plastic bag. When Vance got into the back seat of the family car, his parents looked at him eagerly. Well, they both said, I'm going to do it. I'm not a loser, and I'm going to make you proud. I signed up. His parents were thrilled. His dad reached around and patted him on the arm. That's my boy. You know we'll help you any way we can. It won't be easy, son. You always say nothing worthwhile ever is, right, Dad? Vance did what he said he would. He worked hard, did all his homework, and aimed for good grades. He skipped sports and other activities, barely making a 3.6 GPA in ninth grade. But by the 10th and 11th grades, things got a bit easier. In his senior year, he worked really hard, scoring a 4.4 GPA and graduating with honors. He wasn't the valedictorian because another student, Stephanie Dunham, focused more on science classes, while Vance's were mostly finance and economics. But Vance didn't mind. He met his goal and went beyond it. He did date sometimes in high school, but nothing serious. He didn't want to get distracted from his goal. Carl and Mary Beth Rail were very proud of their son. Vance had done more than they expected and overcame every challenge. They checked the bank account and saw $100,400 in it. They threw a big graduation party for him, inviting all their family and friends. Vance looked forward to relaxing that summer after 4 years of hard work. Vance was nervous about getting into Harvard, even with his high GPA. Getting into Harvard was tough. He hoped his sponsor had enough influence to help him get in. He was still unsure what to major in. While having lunch, his parents got a call. His mother said, "Vance, we're so pleased with your hard work. We checked the account and it's all there, just like they promised. You have a chance to do well at Harvard. We don't know what's next for you, but we're sure you'll do great. We're always here for you." "That's right," his dad added. "It's 12:15 now. Your sponsor wants to meet you at the same hotel as before at 1 o'clock sharp. You have just enough time to get ready and go there. We can't go with you, so you'll drive yourself." "Okay, it's short notice, but I'll be there. I want to get everything settled for my admission. I need to get going." He quickly finished his food and took a shower. He hoped someone different would be there this time. After getting dressed, he arrived at the hotel 5 minutes early. He found the room and entered. "Oh no," he thought. "It's that rude woman again. Maybe she'll be nicer now that I've done well." She sat at a plain table with a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. She didn't get up to greet him. "Well, well, look who it is," she said. "If it isn't the famous Vance Rail gracing me with his presence." "And I see you're as charming as ever," he replied. "Don't get defensive, Mr. Rail. I'm here on behalf of your supporter to offer you another deal." "Oh, are you canceling my Harvard admission after all my hard work?" "Hard work? You don't know what hard work really is, Vance. Still, congratulations are in order. I was shocked to learn that you fulfilled your side of the bargain. That's why I'm here." "I honestly owe you thanks, miss. My name isn't important now. If you survive the challenges ahead, you may learn it one day. But why are you thankful to me?" "Because of you, I'm here now. I wanted to prove you wrong, and I believe I did. So thank you for the motivation," he said. "For reasons I don't know, your supporter wants us to offer you 2 futures. Don't worry, we'll keep our word and get you into Harvard. You can take any courses you want for a 4-year program. We'll pay for everything for those 4 years. After that, it's up to you. All college costs, room and board, books and fees are covered. Transport to and from Harvard is your responsibility. Just sign here and it's a done deal. Here's a pen." Vance took the pen and held it. "Didn't you say there were 2 options? What's the other one?" "Oh, that. It's hardly worth mentioning. It's tougher than what you just did for the past 4 years. I doubt you'd want to work even harder for a little more reward. Can I hear it anyway? Just to be sure." "Okay. Option 2 is this one. We get you into Harvard right away. You start summer classes in 2 weeks and take a full load. Your 4 years at Harvard will be very tough. You must take the maximum course load each year. We pick all your courses. You must earn a 3.8 GPA or better in each one. If you survive, you get a master's in business, economics, and finance in 4 years." "Is that even possible?" he asked. "I know only one man who did it. Your supporter." "Why a 3.8 GPA?" "Because that's what he earned when he was there." "Who is he? I'd like to meet him," Vance said. "He remains anonymous for now. I can say you'll never meet him." "And what if I fall short?" he asked. "If any grades are below 3.8, we drop all requirements, but that's the end of our support. You'll have to repay the cost of your education." Vance winced. As good as he thought he wasn't sure he could risk everything, but he needed to know more. Surely there was something she wasn't telling him. "And if I succeed?" he asked. It's nearly impossible. But if you reach the goal with everything intact, you agree to a one-year internship with a top financial firm. If you quit, leave, or get fired for cause, you lose the chance and must still repay your education. It's not worth it. No one can do that today. Even if your supporter did before you were born, just take the first deal and walk away with a great education. It's your only real choice. And after the year? What then? Vance asked through gritted teeth. Why? Do you want to know more? It won't hurt to know, right? She tried to stare him down, but he didn't blink. He had more confidence than at their first meeting. All right, I'll tell you. You won't achieve it. But if by some miracle you do, you'll get a lifetime job with a company with a very good salary. Is that what you wanted to know? She said sarcastically. I see, yes, thank you. How long do I have to think it over? When do you need to know? I'd like an answer right now, but I must give you 24 hours to think it over. If you can't decide now, meet me here tomorrow at the same time. Don't be late. With that, she picked up her things and left. Vance was overwhelmed by everything he had just heard. He needed advice. He went home to talk to his parents. They sat on the couch as he explained the two options as best as he could. Should he take the easy way, get a bachelor's from Harvard, and start his life in any direction he wanted? That was the easiest solution. But the second option was tempting. He knew it would be a lot of hard work, but it was possible. His sponsor had done it before, and after a one-year internship, he could end up with a great job at a big financial firm, but it was risky. One bad grade, one mistake, and he'd owe more than he could ever pay. What should I do, Dad? I trust your judgment more than mine. I'll do what you suggest. What do you think? Carl thought for a few seconds before answering. Son, it comes down to what you want. Either way, your mom and I will always be very proud of you. You call option one the easy way. I can't see either way being easy. A degree from Harvard has to be earned. They don't give them out for nothing. I think you're asking if you should take the safe way, and I'll answer that with 2 points. He went on. I saw a boy turn into a good young man because he wanted to change. You proved you could do the work. You took the challenge and reached the goal with no shortcuts. We couldn't be prouder. Even if you don't believe in yourself, your mom and I know you can do anything you set your mind to. So can you do it? Yes, but will you? That's what you're really asking, right? I'll answer that with my second point. I saw you playing football in junior high against the Bulldogs. Your team was behind by 16 points. It was the last seconds of the game and you were on defense. There was no way your team could win. But what did you do? I'll tell you. You ran after the quarterback like a madman. You pushed through 3 big linemen to get to him, and you did. You hit him so hard he stayed down for 5 minutes, but when he fell, he dropped the ball. The game could have ended, then it should have ended. But no, you didn't give up. You picked up that ball and ran like crazy. Every player on the other team was after you except the quarterback. I saw you run for 45 yards when the first player hit you, but you kept going. The second player joined the first, but you kept going. The third, fourth, and fifth players all piled on, but you pushed on. No one could see you. Just a pile of players moving slowly toward the goal line. I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You were yelling and groaning at the top of your lungs. You were unstoppable. You dragged those 5 players across the line and collapsed. When they pulled everyone off, the referee saw you still had the ball and scored a touchdown. He grew quiet for a moment, letting the memory sink in. Your team lost the game that day, but you were a hero. What you did was shown on several TV sports shows. You could have let the game end, but you didn't. You have a fight and determination inside you that I don't know where it comes from, son. What I'm saying is, you're not a quitter. If you want something badly enough, you go after it. So what do you truly want? Vance suddenly smiled as he stood up. He hugged his dad and patted his back. You always know what to say, Dad, and you're right. That's what it all comes down to. Thanks. The next day, Vance was on time to meet with the blonde-haired woman again. I may regret my choice, as I'm sure you'll tell me, but I've decided to go with option 2. Getting a master's degree instead of a bachelor's in just 4 years, along with a chance to work for a top company, makes me want to take that path. So how do we do this? She glared at him as if he had insulted her. I hope you know what you're doing. It's your problem. But you can't say I didn't warn you. Not if, but when you fail. And I know you will. You can't say you weren't warned. But if you want to follow this plan, it's at your own risk. You always know how to cheer me up. Do I need to sign anything? She gave him over a dozen documents to sign. He walked with her to the hotel office, where she made copies of all the important papers, including the penalty clauses if he failed. One more question, he said. Now that I've signed everything and chosen the hard path, can you tell me the name of the financial company where I'll intern and maybe work for my career? Aren't you curious? That information is on a need-to-know basis until you prove yourself at Harvard. Knowing the name won't help you. If you make it that far, it will be revealed then. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a plane to catch. I don't want to spend more time in this small town than I have to. Vance found it hard to feel excited about the challenges ahead, but he looked forward to finishing 6 years of college in just 4 years. She had never seen anyone so dedicated to their studies. Abby didn't know about his situation because he was forbidden to tell her. Abby hoped that by summer, Vance could take it easy and they could spend more time together. She planned to stay around for a few weeks to date him more steadily, but when she found out he was taking a full load of summer classes, she felt let down. She went back home and dated other people over the summer while Vance kept up with his studies. Abby was getting tired of the guys back home. The few she had dated at Harvard were either full of themselves or acted like they were better because they came from rich families. Vance was different. He was always honest with her and never made promises he couldn't keep. He seemed to have a clear goal for his life. He was the smartest person she knew at Harvard and had the highest GPA. When Abby returned to Harvard in the fall for her senior year, she decided to stick with Vance. She would help him with his goals and focus all her attention on him. Abby was getting average grades in her accounting degree and was fine with that. She had a full scholarship because of her participation in women's golf. She wasn't the best, but she was pretty good and was happy with the free ride. After reconnecting with Vance, she made as much time for him as she could apart from her classes and golf. She was always near him. She spent many nights helping him study, just the two of them, asking him questions or providing formulas. Over time, they both fell deeply in love. Vance found his soulmate and missed her every time she was away for the weekend playing golf for Harvard. One Friday night mid-semester, his fraternity hosted a party with their sister sorority, and attendance was mandatory. He invited Abby, and she spent most of the evening with him. She saw how immature the other students were and how different Vance was. They both drank, but stayed in control. As the party ended, she asked him to come back to her dorm room. Her roommate, who was also on an athletic scholarship, was out of town for a basketball game. A little tipsy, they managed to walk to her dorm by holding each other up. She was finally seeing a side of him she had hoped for. They were in love. And tonight they also realized how much they liked each other. They had kissed many times before, but this time felt different. The alcohol seemed to lower his guards. She would have let him get closer long ago if he had only made a move. Soon his shirt and her top were on the floor. Vance stepped back, frozen, staring at her. "Is something wrong, honey?" she asked. "Not at all," he slurred. "Then why are you staring?" "Because you are the most beautiful I've ever seen," he added. "I bet you say that to all the girls," she chuckled. "Never," he said abruptly. "You're my first. My very first." "You're a virgin?" she whispered, surprised. "Yes. I've been focusing on school for many years, leaving little time for a social life. Plus, I wanted to save myself for the right person. And that person is you, Abby. I've seen videos and know the basics, but I might need your help." "Vance, that's so sweet. You just made me realize that I love you more than before. You are an amazing man, and I want to share everything with you. You're my man, and I don't want to be with anyone else. Let's get you out of those clothes and see where our love takes us." "That was incredible," he said breathlessly. "I've seen it in videos, but nothing compares to the real thing. You're amazing." She smiled. "I thought your first time might be quick, so I wanted to do that first so we can move on." He looked surprised. "Move on? I'm not sure I'm ready for another round so soon." She laughed softly. "When you watch those videos, did you see men pleasing women too?" "I did, and I imagine doing it a lot." "Well, if you're willing, I'd love for you to try. By the time you're done, I'll be ready for you." "Your wish is my command," he said with a grin. Vance was clumsy but eager to please. She didn't want to embarrass him by giving too many instructions. Though she didn't reach her peak, she was ready for what was next. She pulled his head up and kissed him deeply. He was worried her scent on his face would bother her. It didn't. She laid back, opened her legs, and guided him into the next step of their journey together. "Wow, just wow," she exclaimed. "I'm keeping you forever. If this was your first time, I can't imagine how amazing you'll be later." "I feel the same, Abby. Tonight, you made me so happy to be a man. I couldn't picture a better first time." After this moment, the couple became nearly inseparable. They spent as much time together as possible, though Abby had a more flexible schedule. She cherished every moment they could share. Since Vance's parents didn't have to pay for his college costs, they often sent him money for other needs. They wanted him to fit in well with his wealthy peers. Vance appreciated the money, but he didn't spend much on clothes, so he had saved quite a lot by his senior year. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, early on a Saturday morning, Vance took Abby's hand. "Let's go for a walk," he said. "Where to?" she asked. "Just nearby. We won't leave campus. Your shoes will be fine." He led her to the science center. They took the elevator to the 8th floor and stepped out onto the observatory. It was one of his favorite spots, offering views of all of Harvard and even parts of Boston. "What do you think of the view?" he asked. "I've never been up here before. It's amazing." "You can see almost everything," she answered with a smile. Suddenly, Vance dropped to one knee and held her left hand. Realizing what was happening, Abby's heart raced and she couldn't speak. She hoped with all her heart that her dreams were about to come true. "It was on this campus that I met the love of my life, my soulmate, the one I want to spend forever with. This place means so much to me, and I couldn't think of a better spot to do this. As beautiful as this campus is, it's nothing compared to the beauty you bring into my life every day. So I have to ask you, Abigail Dawn Bergstrom, will you be my wife? Will you marry me?" Tears filled her eyes as she screamed, "Yes!" He took the ring from the box and gently put it on her finger. She hugged him so tightly he thought his ribs might crack. As she looked at the ring with love and joy, she knew it could have been a simple toy ring and she would have felt the same. But it was a beautiful ring set in shiny white gold. "Oh my gosh, I have to tell my parents. Do yours know?" "No, sweetheart. I wanted you to be the first to know. My parents have no idea yet. Vance, you've made me the happiest girl in the world. I love you forever. I will never let you go. When do you think we should get married?" "I don't have a specific date in mind, but definitely not before we finish college," he said with a smile. "I still need to focus on my studies until the end, but I can see the light at the end of the tunnel." "That's right. We both graduate next June. We can have a summer wedding. The sooner the better. I can't wait to be Mrs. Vance Rail or Mrs. Abigail Rail." He laughed. They called her parents to share the big news, and they were overjoyed. They had heard her talk about Vance all the time, seeing his pictures on her phone, but had never met him in person. They begged her to bring him to Columbus, Ohio for Thanksgiving so they could finally meet and celebrate with the whole family. Vance agreed, as long as she would come with him to meet his parents in Greensboro, North Carolina at Christmas. He wanted to surprise them with the news. After some back and forth, her parents agreed, as long as they could visit the couple before they left for Christmas to exchange gifts early since she wouldn't be home later. Her parents ended up loving him. They had never seen their daughter with a more mature young man, and they were thrilled to welcome him into the family. Christmas with his parents went just as well. They thought he was just bringing a girl home for approval, which was a big deal by itself. But when they saw the ring, they were surprised and incredibly happy, welcoming her as their new daughter right away. Abby and Vance's mom, Mary Beth, became very close over the holidays, and Abby wanted her to have a big role in the wedding planning. Abby was amazed by how much love and care Vance's family had for each other. Even though they didn't have much money, she was happy to accept them as her new family and looked forward to a future with them. As much as Vance wanted to spend all his time with his fiancée, he had to focus on keeping his grades up. The school year was ending, but he felt like he had a lot of responsibilities and had to be careful not to let anything slip. On top of everything, his fraternity needed him to help choose new leaders for the next year, which took a lot of time. He liked being part of the fraternity, but wished he had more time to be involved. He didn't know then how much his membership would help him later in life. By mid-May of his last year at Harvard, Vance was taking one of his toughest classes, Advanced Statistical Analysis, Derivatives versus Commodities. Professor Gunther was rarely available outside of class, so Vance made sure to ask all his questions during lectures. Sometimes the professor wasn't even there, and they had to listen to a recorded lecture instead. Vance felt confident in the class since he had done well on all the tests and exams. A big project that counted for a large part of the grade was due soon. It needed a lot of work to gather the needed information and present it well, but Vance felt he had done a great job. The project had to be handed in by 5 p.m. on Friday. Vance had put in a lot of extra time on his project. He wanted to turn it in early because he had a movie date with Abby on Friday afternoon, and he didn't want to miss the deadline. At the movie, an annoying man kept bothering everyone. He started at the front and walked towards the back, sometimes shining a flashlight in people's faces. Vance and Abby got annoyed when the light flashed in Vance's face. "Vance, come with me right now," said the man in a low but urgent voice. "It's important." Confused, Vance got up to see why he was being called. Abby followed him as they left the theater and went to the lobby. Although Vance recognized the young man, he couldn't remember his name. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Vance asked angrily. "And why now?" "You're hard to find, Vance, but if we hurry, there's still time." "Time for what?" Vance asked. "To hand in your statistical analysis project. It's a big part of your grade." "I turned it in yesterday, you idiot. Why did you interrupt our movie?" Vance fumed. "Listen, Vance, my name is Andrew Patterson. I'm a grad student and a part-time TA for Professor Gunther. As you know, the books for this course aren't available through the bookstore, so most students return theirs to his office. I was there yesterday, sitting behind piles of books, checking them for next year." "Yeah, so what does that have to do with me?" Vance asked impatiently. "Everything," Andrew exclaimed. "I saw you turn in your project to Professor Gunther, but after you left, something weird happened. Gunther looked around to see if anyone else was there. I stayed quiet to see what he would do. He walked to the trash can and threw your project away. He then said to himself, 'Whoops, I guess you missed the deadline, Mr. Rail. Unfortunately, this 0 will hurt your grade, but you'll still pass and graduate, so don't worry.'" Vance's eyes widened. "In the trash? He threw my work in the trash? But why?" "I don't know, man. Do you have any problems with Professor Gunther?" "No, never. In fact, we got along well," Vance said, then thought it might have something to do with someone else, like a jealous classmate. "Well, whatever the reason, he's out to get you. If you don't turn in your project, your grade will suffer, and I couldn't let that happen." "Did you take my work out of the trash and put it back on his desk?" Vance asked urgently. "I thought about it, but then I realized he might just throw it away again. You need witnesses when you turn it in," Andrew explained. "I've worked so hard on this, all those late nights, and now it's for nothing," Vance cried. "It's not over, man. If we hurry, we can still make it before the deadline," said Andrew. "But what if he just throws it away later?" Vance asked. "If we're all there to see you hand it in, he can't deny it, especially with his own TA as a witness," Andrew said. "But my project might be gone by now," Vance said, losing hope. Andrew pulled a big packet from behind his back and said, "You mean this project?" Vance grabbed it from him and quickly checked it. "Yes, this is it. If we hurry, we can still make it before 5 o'clock, Andrew urged. Vance grabbed Abby's hand and started running. "What are you waiting for, Andrew? Let's go." The three of them made it with 3 minutes to spare. They stood outside Professor Gunther's office for a moment to catch their breath before walking in. Vance handed Professor Gunther his project in front of Abby and Andrew. "Here's my project, Professor. Looks like I made it just in time." Abby added, "After all the hard work you put in, it would have been terrible for your grades if you hadn't delivered it on time." Andrew patted Vance on the shoulder. "Good job. I'm sure Professor Gunther is looking forward to seeing your work. Right, Professor?" Gunther looked at the three of them with a stunned expression. He knew Vance had already turned in his project yesterday, but here he was, handing it in again with 2 witnesses. Gunther was ashamed. He knew they were aware of what he had done, and now he would have to return the bribe he had taken. He wondered how Vance had found out. He nodded to Vance and thanked him for turning it in on time, saying he looked forward to reviewing it. When the 3 stepped back into the hallway, Vance turned to Andrew. I owe you big time, man. You have no idea how close I came to losing everything. If you hadn't helped me, my plans would have been ruined. Thanks from the bottom of my heart." Andrew shrugged. "Don't mention it. I'm just sorry it took me so long to find you. You're kind of a legend here for being the hardest working student. It would have been awful if your record got messed up because of a professor's grudge." "How do you know me? And why did you go to so much trouble for someone you haven't met before?" "Well, maybe you don't remember, but 3 years ago I was struggling in advanced calculus. I joined a study group 2 weeks before the final exam, and you were in it. If you hadn't explained some of those formulas, I would have failed and had to repeat the class, or worse, drop out. Also, I'm Sigma Chi, your fraternity brother. I've seen you do the tough job so others can have fun. I couldn't stand by while my brother got hurt. I asked every brother to help find you. We made over 200 phone calls, but we found you. You had mentioned to Steven that you'd be watching Casablanca this afternoon, and that's where I found you." Vance shook Andrew's hand eagerly. "And I'm so glad you did. Thank you again. I realize now how important it is to have friends and support. Hard work alone isn't enough to succeed." On Sunday, June 9th, a beautiful sunny day, his mother said, "Honey, they have spent a lot of money on your education. They have the right to meet with you on their schedule. Why do you seem so reluctant to meet with them?" "Mom, it's not that I have any problem with my sponsor or the company I hope to work for soon. I'm very thankful for everything they've done for me. What bothers me the most is that woman I've met with every time. Judging by the tone of that letter, I'm sure she will aim her sarcasm at me once again." "Do you think your benefactor has some sort of grudge against you?" asked his dad. "I didn't want to say anything before because I didn't want to talk bad about the people paying for my education. But there's more to this woman than you know." He told them about the harsh interactions with the blonde woman. He also recounted a strange incident with Professor Gunther. The woman had told him that his pursuit of a master's degree and job would be his downfall and that he would surely fail. He thought she was behind the attempts to sabotage his career. His mom gave him some advice. "I understand you think she might be behind some plan to harm you, and you might be right. But remember what your father has always taught you. Be sure you have solid proof before you act. Can you say for certain you have hard evidence?" Vance looked down at the floor because he knew she was right. "And another thing," she continued, "isn't she the one who, despite her harsh words, helped you achieve your goals? It would have been easier for her to simply not give you a chance. Maybe she has some personal grudge against you, and you might find out one day. But until then, keep your plans to yourself. Ignore her mean comments. Perhaps she's testing your character. Always remember who you are and who you represent. You have made us proud, and I'm sure you won't stop now." "You're right, Mom. Sometimes I lose sight of that. I'm proud of our family and proud of my parents. Thanks for reminding me. I know where I came from, and I won't forget who I am. I'll meet with that woman tomorrow and rise above her pettiness." He arrived in the parking lot at 1:45, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He was so close to reaching his goals and wouldn't let anyone stand in his way, not even the blonde woman. He walked into conference room 3 at 1:55 p.m. without a word. He sat in the chair meant for him, noticing she didn't stand to greet him or offer her hand, which he expected, but he noted she was still as beautiful as he remembered. "Well, I guess you're ready to gloat and say I told you so, aren't you? Last time we met, didn't you say you'd make me eat my words?" she said. Vance smiled but stayed silent. "What's this? Cat got your tongue? No matter. I've already sent you congratulations in writing, so I won't repeat myself except to say you surprised me when we first met. You were an unruly 14-year-old with a big chip on your shoulder. Now you are a 22-year-old graduate who has never held a job in his life." He blinked slowly, looking straight into her eyes, still silent. "Your sponsor told me to give you a graduation gift." She opened her large purse and took out a small gift box, wrapped nicely. She placed it on the table and slid it over to him. "Open it. We can't proceed until you do." He finally looked away from her eyes and took the small package, puzzled by its weight. He wondered if it was a block of lead. When he opened it, he found what looked like a shiny chrome ashtray. He picked it up, looked for any inscriptions, found none, and tossed it back on the table. "Leave it to you to get me something useless. I don't even smoke." She closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and shook it slowly. "What am I supposed to see in this idiot?" she whispered to no one. "Oh, so I'm an idiot now because I don't smoke. Is that it?" "No, you're an idiot because you can't see beyond the surface even after your top-tier education. You're still that same smug 14-year-old boy." "What are you talking about? What? Short-sightedness? Just because I didn't—" "Ooh! And over a cheap chrome ashtray?" "No, because I have one just like it. Though I don't smoke either. It is one of my most treasured possessions. It was given to me by your sponsor when I graduated from Harvard. He wanted you to receive the same," she said, tearing up. It was the first time she showed any emotion other than anger towards him. "Look, I don't mean to put down any gift. Tell my sponsor I appreciate it very much. Honestly, I thought you had picked it up just to annoy me again. I apologize for my assumptions," he said, looking sorry. "Maybe there's some hope for you. I didn't choose it for you. Your benefactor did. I was told to get one made like mine, so our graduation gifts would match. I don't think you deserve such a nice gift, but I must follow your benefactor's instructions exactly." "Can you tell me what's so special about this ashtray? Looks pretty normal to me," he said, gesturing to it. "Okay, I'll tell you what my benefactor said when I got mine. Maybe that will help." "Go on," he replied, curious. "Years ago, I was where you are now. No, I didn't have the awards you got at Harvard, but I was just as confused to get such a simple gift for my college graduation." Then he explained. I don't remember his exact words, but I can give you the main idea. "This ashtray is like you. People see it and think it's just an ashtray, only good for holding ashes and trash," she explained. She continued, "Most people you meet will think you aren't worth much, just like that ashtray. They think you exist to do lowly things because they only see the outside, but it's not just an ashtray, young man." She suddenly paused, as if she had just realized something. "This ashtray weighs exactly 80 ounces or 5 pounds. It has a thin layer of chrome on the outside hiding what's under it. You're probably wondering what's underneath. Lead, steel, iron. You'd be wrong. Underneath the chrome is gold, pure 24-karat gold. And today that gold is worth $2,000 an ounce, so 80 ounces means $160,000. Why gold, you ask? I wondered the same. My benefactor said people see what they want when they look at you. But what really matters is inside. It's your character, honesty, loyalty, and your drive to improve and help others. More simply put, reputation is what others think of you. Character is what you are. When you quickly judged that ashtray and tossed it aside, you didn't see its value as a graduation gift. Now I ask you, Mr. Rayo, do you think you are worthy of it?" Vance sat there stunned. He realized she was right. He thought he was mature, but his actions said otherwise. There was more to this woman than he had realized. His benefactor was wise. After thinking carefully, he responded, "No, ma'am, I don't deserve such generosity. But I'm working on myself. Maybe one day I'll be worthy of it. Until then, I'll treasure it. And remember the lesson you taught me. Thank you. And please thank my benefactor for me." She measured his sincerity. "The lesson works both ways, Mr. Rail. It's also about not judging others by appearances. Look at what's in their heart. You might be pleasantly surprised." He smiled, hearing her wise words. "I'll try to do that. I have a confession. I judged you harshly when we first met. I didn't know who you were inside, and I apologize. After all we've been through, can I now know your name? As much as I'd like to tell you, I can't. I'm bound by my obligations. Does anyone else know about our interactions besides your parents?" "No, ma'am. I swear." "What about your fiancée, Abigail Bergstrom? I understand you're getting married soon." "I wanted to tell her, but I've kept it a secret because of the penalties for sharing this information. But I ask your permission to tell Abby once she is my wife. I don't want to hide anything from her." "I understand your position, Mr. Rail. Sharing any information about our relationship would be bad for you and potentially for your benefactor. If you respect him, you must keep this secret. Telling her could lead to others finding out. It must stay within our small circle," she said firmly. "But for how long?" he asked. "I can't lie to my wife forever, not even by keeping things back." "That's why we're talking now, Mr. Rail. Why do you keep calling me Mr. Rail? What happened to just calling me Vance?" "I call you Mr. Rail because you've earned that title. You started as a cocky boy, then a young man, and now an adult. We're here to discuss your future, Mr. Rail." She handed him a card from a company. This is from Davenport Financial Services and Banking, or DFB. They handle huge amounts of money and have a great reputation. They manage funds, private investments, banking, and more. Thousands of clients trust them. They have offices in 5 states in the U.S. and in 25 cities around the world. Their main office is in New York City. I know them from my finance classes at Harvard. They were used as examples in many projects, but I haven't looked into them myself, he said. That makes sense. Now here's the offer. You can get an internship with them. Someone who supports you has helped set this up. You'll work there for a year with a fixed salary. I don't know the amount yet, but I'll find out soon. If you try to leave before the year is up, you'll have to pay back all the money for your education. If you get fired for a good reason, the same thing will happen. And if I finish the year? Vance asked. If you make it through the year, you'll get the chance for a permanent job. You might decide this work isn't for you. If you leave after the year, you'll be free of any promises. You won't owe anything. Sounds good. So when do I start? He asked. We have some flexibility. You're getting married in 2 weeks, right? Yes. Can I invite you and my supporter to the wedding? Thank you, but that's not a good idea right now. What about your honeymoon? How long will that be? We have 2 weeks booked in the Cayman Islands. Okay, so you'll be back in mid-July. You'll need some time to find a place to live. Let's say you start on August 1st. That way you won't have to stay too long with your parents before you start your new life. August 1st. I'll be there, Vance confirmed. I'll have someone text you the details about your new job. She paused, then continued. Look, I know we didn't start off well. We've made some progress today, but I want you to know that I still don't think you belong at DFB. It's not about your job skills or attitude. I'd be upset too if I were you. I can't tell you why right now, but if you finish your internship, all your questions will be answered, including my name. You will understand then. For now, my supporter wants me to say, welcome aboard and good luck. She held out her hand, this time with less tension. The wedding went smoothly. Abby had 5 bridesmaids and a maid of honor. Vance had 2 close friends and 3 fraternity brothers, including Andrew as his groomsman. His dad, Carl, was his best man without a second thought. He was also his best friend. The wedding was held in a big Catholic church in Columbus, Ohio. Even though Abby's family was Baptist, the Catholic church was bigger and could hold the large crowd. Most guests were Abby's family, which was expected. Vance looked for the blonde woman who had been tough on him, but she wasn't there. The honeymoon was perfect. Vance didn't miss the fast pace he'd been living for the last 8 years. Peace and quiet were what he and Abby needed. They explored the island and tried different activities like visiting a turtle farm. Vance had a turtle burger but didn't order another. Abby refused to kiss him until he brushed his teeth. They also tried scuba diving. Abby was a bit scared of drift diving, so Vance always held her hand or stayed close so they wouldn't get separated. But they enjoyed exploring an underwater plane near the shore, which was left there after a James Bond movie was filmed. There were no strong currents to carry them away. While on their honeymoon, Abby and Vance asked their parents to look online for apartments near Davenport Financial Services and Banking. Vance wanted a place within walking or biking distance from work to save on taxi fares. He didn't know his salary yet, so he wanted to be careful with money at first. No one knew about his internship except his parents, but everyone was happy he got a job at such a well-known place. Abby was sure she could find an accounting job in the city, so she was happy to follow Vance as he started his career. After their honeymoon, they had less than 3 weeks to settle into a place in New York City. They first went to stay with Vance's parents, Carl and Mary Beth, for a week. There, they packed a U-Haul with Vance's clothes, personal items, and a few pieces of furniture. Then they rented a car to drive to Abby's parents' home in Columbus. After saying their goodbyes to Vance and his folks, they spent the next week in Columbus. They rented a bigger U-Haul and added Abby's stuff and some of her furniture. The apartment they chose was a 1-bedroom, unfurnished place. The rent was $2,166 a month, and it included all utilities except power. Everyone was surprised at how expensive it was compared to Ohio and North Carolina, but they hoped their salaries would cover it. Vance returned the rental car and rented an SUV in Ohio to drive and tow the larger U-Haul to their new home. Both sets of parents helped pay the deposit and the first 2 months' rent to give them a head start. They were very excited to start this new chapter in their lives together. They met the building manager when they arrived and got the keys to their new apartment. They quickly unpacked and set up their clothes and furniture. The place was simple, but it had what they needed. They spent 3 days exploring their new neighborhood, finding a grocery store and other important places. Things were very different from back home. It would take some getting used to, but once their cupboards were full and they started cooking, it began to feel like home. They brought their bicycles and decided to check out Vance's new office so he would be ready. Vance got a text from Steve Crenshaw asking him to come to work the next morning at 8 o'clock and to bring Abby for the first day. There would be a lot of paperwork to fill out, and it might be good for her to see where he would be working. Their apartment was only 3 blocks from the office, so they left early to walk there. At the lobby, the receptionist called Mr. Crenshaw, who said Albert Eddings would meet them and give them a tour. The building was 42 stories tall, very clean, and had a mix of modern and Art Deco styles. It was very impressive. They spent a lot of time filling out forms to get Vance into the system. He got an access card and was told where he could and couldn't go in the building. They were both upset when they learned that Vance's starting salary would be only $50,000 for the first year. He wouldn't get any raises or vacation time until after a year when his salary would be reviewed. But they couldn't say what that meant. They knew it would be tough to live on that salary alone, so Abby planned to look for a job to help out. They did get good health insurance from the company, but $500 would be taken out of Vance's monthly pay for their share of the cost. This made their budget even tighter, so Abby needed to find a job soon. Albert showed them around the building at a fast pace because there was so much to see. He even took them to the rooftop, which had an amazing view of the city. Albert heard Vance and Abby talking about her need to find a job due to his low starting salary. Albert was instructed to help her get an interview for a job at the same company. "Mrs. Rail, if I may," Albert started. "I overheard you might be looking for a job. Is that true?" "Yes, it is, Mr. Eddings," she replied shyly. "Please just call me Albert. No need for formalities here. You're like family now." "All right, thank you, Albert. You can call me Abby." "Well, Abby, I hear things around here that might interest you. For instance, Steve Crenshaw needs a new personal assistant. His current assistant, Donna Griggs, is very pregnant and will leave soon to have her baby." "Thank you, Albert, but I'm looking for full-time work, not just something until she returns," Abby said. "I understand. That's why I mentioned it." "I heard she plans to move out of state to be a full-time mom. The job isn't posted yet, so I could give your name to the right people. You might get a call for an interview in a day or two. I don't know the pay, but it's a PA job for an executive VP, so it should pay well. What do you think?" "Can we have a moment to talk about it?" Abby asked. "Oh, sure, take your time. I just thought it would be convenient for you two to work in the same building." They walked a short distance away and talked. "He makes a good point about us working together," Abby said. "Yeah, we might be on different floors, but we could still eat lunch together," Vance replied. "But we don't know what it pays. If they're starting me at $50,000 a year, you might find a better-paying job as an accountant elsewhere." "You're right. But he said I'd know in a couple of days. Why don't we try for it? Meanwhile, I can look for other accounting jobs just in case." "Sounds good. Let's go for it and see what happens," Vance agreed. Back with Albert, Vance said, "All right, Albert, we appreciate you telling us about this job. Abby will give you her phone number in case they're interested in an interview. If she gets the job and the pay is good, it could be perfect." Albert wrote down Abby's information and promised to get it to the right people quickly. As the day ended, he showed them to the sub-basement, 2 floors below ground. After some twisting corridors, he proudly showed Vance his new office. It was a small, dark room with a metal desk, a bookshelf, and a file cabinet. There were no windows except for the glass pane in the door. Abby stayed quiet, knowing Vance might already be having second thoughts. "My office is right across from yours," Albert said. "I don't know if Mr. Crenshaw told you, but you'll be working with me. I've been alone here for 7 years, and I'm excited to have some help." Remembering the ashtray, Vance was determined to do well at this new job. He shook Albert's hand and said, "I'm looking forward to working with you and the company. That's the spirit. See you tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Have a good night and good day to you, Abby. I hope to see more of you soon." That night, the couple had a special time together. Abby wanted to make sure Vance went to work with a big smile. The next day, Vance arrived at work to find 2 piles of folders on his desk, nearly 3 feet high. "Oh, you're here. Good morning, Vance." Albert greeted him with a handshake. "I know it looks like a lot of work, but most of it is not urgent." "What is this?" Vance asked. "Those are files of clients who haven't been active for over 2 years. We're the last stop for these clients. Everyone upstairs has given up on them. Instead of throwing their files away, they pass them to us," Albert said with a nod. "Well, to us now, I guess. That's a lot of faith they have in us to turn these cases around," Vance said aloud. "So we're getting the leftovers?" Vance asked. "That's one way to see it, but I like to see it as a chance to show what we can do, not as an insult. Someone must believe in you a lot to put you here with me, to change these lost cases into good clients again. It's a chance for us to shine, kid. Do you see it now?" "Yeah, that's the glass half full view, no doubt about it. There you go. That's the spirit. Now don't keep asking me lots of questions. Take your time, go through those files, make all the calls you need, and see if you can bring some of those leftovers back to life." "Will do, Albert. And don't sir me. Just call me Albert like everyone else." "Sorry, Albert. Just trying to be polite. By the way, I've put in 2 requests for you, but these things can take a while. I asked for your name to be put on your door. No idea when that will happen. As for your phone, it's working, but there's a problem. Somehow your phone number isn't listed with your name, so if anyone wants to call you, you'll have to give them the number directly. They can't transfer calls to you. I've complained about it, so maybe they'll fix it soon. But for now, just jump right in." Vance's first call was to Abby. He wanted her to have his new work number and to tell her everything would be fine. He spent the morning sorting through the files. He put them into 4 groups based on what he thought would suit them best. Then he filed them in order in his cabinet. At lunch, Albert came to his door and offered to take him to the company cafeteria. Vance happily agreed. After chatting about how Vance was settling in, Vance said, "I've been looking through the files you gave me, but I can't figure out how to help these clients make money. I looked on my computer, but something's missing. How do I do that?" Albert laughed loudly, like Vance had told a great joke. "So you think you can help those dead-end files? I never thought you'd suggest that. I thought you'd just watch them pile up like me," he chuckled. "But if you want to learn the tech stuff, I can set that up. Go see Stan in services on the 22nd floor. Your ID will get you there. I'll tell Stan to expect you. He'll show you everything on the computer." "Thanks, Albert. I appreciate it. I just want to learn and do my job well." The next morning, Vance went to Stan's office. Stan seemed a bit nervous. Vance said Albert suggested Stan could show him how to make trades for their clients. Stan nodded and said he was very busy, but had an hour before a big meeting. He said proper training would take months. Vance asked him to at least show him the basics quickly. Stan reluctantly agreed to a quick run-through of their processes. He started with the most complex steps, talking fast to make it harder for Vance to follow. Vance watched, trying to understand, but there was no time to take notes or ask questions. After 45 minutes, Stan said he had to get ready for his meeting and quickly ended the session. He didn't give a clear answer on when they could continue. Vance felt lost and unwanted. Starting a new job with a master's degree, he was stuck with a tough task and low pay. When he asked for training, he got brushed off by Stan's confusing quick talk. Vance sat in his office thinking about his dad. His dad always seemed to have all the answers. He remembered a speech his dad gave about a great football play. "What do I want?" he wondered. He thought about what the woman with the harsh comments had told him during their last meeting. She said people see what they want when they look at you, but what really matters is what's inside. Your honesty, your loyalty, your will to get better so you can help others. Reputation is what others think of you. Character is who you are. Vance knew what he was going to do next. What Stan didn't know was that Vance had already learned about DFB procedures and operations at Harvard. Stan had confirmed everything Vance needed. The only thing left was a password to move from the do-nothing screen to the real tools. Stan had used a special backdoor password that very few people knew. It allowed full access to all electronic operations. Vance watched Stan's fingers closely and saw that he typed Hidden Treasure Acre. Vance wasn't supposed to have his own unique password yet because he hadn't gone through all the necessary training. Stan wasn't planning to see or train Vance again. Back in his office, Vance tried to access the electronic investment system but couldn't get in at first. He tried many versions of the password until he capitalized the A in Acre. He quickly went through many useless files to find a few good ones based on his training. He contacted them and used a straightforward approach he learned in school. On his fourth try, he found success. A doctor agreed to invest $5,000 but wanted to withdraw if the balance fell below $3,000. Vance applied all his knowledge to market index options in the current economy. He thought this would give the best results. After making his first trades, his phone rang. It was Abby. "Honey, guess what?" she said excitedly. "I've been called in for an interview. Isn't that great?" "Awesome, honey. What's it for?" "An accounting job. I haven't sent my resume to any accounting firms yet." "No, it's for the job Albert told us about where you work. What if I get it? Wouldn't that be great?" she added excitedly. "Yeah, that would be nice if it pays enough. But don't get your hopes up too high, okay?" "Okay, honey. Carolyn Graham texted me saying my interview is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going shopping for a new dress to look my best." "Okay. I don't know Carolyn Graham. I've only met 3 or 4 people here anyway. Go shopping if you want." "Honey, you could wear anything and still look good to me," he said. "I know that's silly, but you're not the one interviewing me tomorrow. I want to look my best just in case you're right. Just don't go overboard, okay? I don't want others to see too much. You're so cute. I love that you're a little jealous because it shows you care. Don't forget it. See you tonight, babe." Andy hung up the phone. That evening, Abby showed off her new blue dress. It looked fine on top, but Vance didn't like how short it was. She quickly read his expression. "I know what you're thinking. You think it's too short. But I've seen many women wear even shorter dresses and skirts here. I've seen you noticing them too," she said. "You might be right, but you're not other women. You're my wife. I don't want other men to get any wrong ideas about you," he said firmly. "You know you're the only man for me. You're the smartest man in the world, and I'll never want anyone else. But sometimes a woman needs to show a bit to get opportunities. Trust me, I'm not looking for another man. I'm yours, and only yours. Got it? You never have to worry about me." "Got it. Thanks, honey. We've only been married a short time, and I want to keep you all to myself." "I'll be okay." Just as Vance expected, a market shift increased the value of the options he bought for his first client. The investment had already gone up by 20%. Vance added safeguards to keep the profits safe in case the market changed suddenly. When he called the client who had already checked the investment, the client wanted to pull out and keep the gains. Vance explained the fallback stop position if the market changed direction and advised him to invest more. Excited by the success, the client added another $5,000, but asked Vance to make sure his money was safe. As a safety measure, Vance entered him into a trade that had a lot of potential to gain money, but also protected him from losing too much. Vance got a knock on his door at 11:30 a.m. It was Abby. "Honey, I have the most exciting news. You won't believe it." "What news?" Vance asked. "I got the job, honey. After my interview, they offered me the job, and I accepted. Isn't that great?" Abby said with excitement. "Already accepted? I thought you were going to talk to me about any offers first," Vance said with a bit of disappointment. "But I had to," Abby explained. "They told me the PA they hire needs to make quick decisions. If I had to check with someone, they would think I wasn't right for the job. If I didn't reply right away, they would have given the job to another girl. It was too good to pass up." "What do you mean, too good?" Vance asked. "That's the best part. You won't believe this, but they're going to start me at $75,000 a year, and if they like me, they will review my work after 3 months, and I could get a raise even higher," Abby said. $75,000, Vance said, shocked. "Yes, $75,000 a year, and with your $50,000, our total income will be $125,000. "Can you believe it?" Abby continued. "But why would they pay you so much? That doesn't make sense." "What do you have to do for it?" Vance said, feeling frustrated. "I thought you'd be happy for me," Abby said sadly. "Why are you being sarcastic?" "I'm sorry, baby, I didn't mean that. I just don't get it. Look, it's almost lunchtime. Why don't we go to the cafeteria and get something to eat?" We can talk more there, Vance suggested. When they were seated away from the crowd, Vance asked, "Any idea why the job they offered pays so much more than mine? I have a master's degree and you have a bachelor's." I thought the same thing, but I couldn't just ask them why it pays so much. Carolyn Graham, the girl who helped me through the interview, explained why, Abby said. "And what did she say?" Vance asked. "She said there are 6 vice presidents at DFB who have fancy offices on the 41st floor. Each vice president has 2 regular secretaries for daily work like typing and phone calls, but there are only 2 personal assistants who handle schedules, sensitive info, and personal errands. Carolyn Graham is one and Donna Griggs was the other. Donna left last week to have a baby and won't be back. They're hiring me to take Donna's place," Abby explained. "So it's because you will know secret info. That's why it pays so well?" Vance asked. "That's part of it. All 6 vice presidents interviewed me together. They were all very nice. Besides, the board, they pretty much run the whole company," Abby said. "Yes, that sounds true. I haven't met any of them yet. The only one I've heard of is Steve Crenshaw. He assigned Albert to our orientation," Vance noted. "Yes, Steve. I met him. He's very nice, like the rest of them. And the job comes with perks," Abby added. "What kind of perks?" Vance asked. "Well, I get the same executive health plan as they do, and it costs us nothing. You can take me off your plan if it saves us money, and I'll have a company car. A high-end Lexus with a parking spot in the garage because I'll sometimes run errands for them. I'm just so excited about it. I can't wait to tell my mom and dad. They'll be so proud," Abby said happily. "I'm sure they will," Vance said with a hint of cynicism. "Their little girl with a bachelor's degree starts out making 50% more than her husband with a master's degree, working at the same place." Abby realized Vance felt hurt. She didn't mean to make him feel that way. "It's not like that, baby. You're amazing at your job. And when they see that, you'll rise to the top. This is a blessing. Let's be thankful," she said warmly. "You're right. I was just being petty. Of course, this is a good thing for us," Vance agreed. "A wonderful thing indeed. I'm really happy for you, sweetie." "Happy for us. We'll be driving to work together in a company car almost from the start," Abby said, looking down at the table. "What? Is that not true, sweetheart? Your hours are from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday." "I need to match my hours with theirs. They work from 9 to 6 every day, and they often work late when handling special projects," Abby explained. "There may even be times I have to work on Saturdays. That's part of what they expect from me. Maybe that's why it pays so well, because of the demands on my time." "I see," Vance said sadly. "So we won't be able to ride to work together. I'll either walk or ride my bike while you drive a Lexus. On top of that, you'll get home later than me and work odd hours, taking you away from me more than we thought when looking for you a job. I can tell you're not happy about this." "I hadn't thought about it that way, to be honest. But you're right. I don't want to hide the truth. I don't want to be away from you any more than you do from me. Look, babe, just say the word, and I'll go back and tell them I've changed my mind. I'm sure there's another job for me somewhere, and we'll get by. Whatever we decide, we'll face it together. All right?" Vance took a deep breath. "No, babe, you're right. We shouldn't reject this opportunity. Our love will get us through anything. This is a blessing, and I need to remember that. Maybe I can start dinner every day before you get home, and we'll work out any other problems. I think you should take the job. So yeah, congratulations, sweetheart. You don't know how relieved I am to hear you say that. Now, we won't have to worry about paying the bills. We won't be rich, but things will get easier with this job. And once your career takes off, you'll probably earn much more than me. All you need is time to show them what you can do. Honey, I know you're going to impress them. At least we can visit each other at work and maybe sneak a kiss now and then," he said excitedly. "Well, about that. I can come down to see you in your office any time I have a break. But the 41st floor is for executives only. Your badge won't give you access to that floor. There can be very sensitive information up there and conversations that are only for certain people. I had to sign a strict agreement that says I can't talk about anything that happens at work, even to you. I have to keep everything a secret. So when we get home every day, you can tell me all about your day. But I can't say anything about mine. I'm sorry, honey, but that's the way it has to be. Are we still okay with me doing this?" Vance thought long and hard about what she said. He realized it would be wrong to criticize her for having to keep secrets when he had to do the same. But something didn't feel right about this, even though he couldn't explain why she shouldn't take the job. "I'm good. We're okay. I understand. It makes sense. I'll try my best to remember not to ask you about your day," he said. Though their work situation started rocky, the couple soon settled into a somewhat normal routine. Vance bought a book on cooking because it was all new for him. Over time, he got good at basic cooking, but he viewed it as a necessary task and never really enjoyed it. Abby loved his cooking and encouraged him. Truth be told, cooking wasn't her favorite thing either, but she had been willing to do it as his wife. However, since Vance took over, they didn't have to eat dinner late anymore. Through August, September, and October, Abby's overtime hours cut into their time together more and more since her pay was fixed. He couldn't verify her hours through her salary, but what they lacked in time, Abby made up in quality. They were together intimately at least 4 days a week, and always on weekends except during her period. Her enthusiasm never faded, and she even seemed to want more. Maybe she wasn't much of a cook, but she made sure Vance was happy every time they were together. He definitely wasn't complaining until the last day of October. Abby came home a little nervous. Vance wasn't sure if something had happened at work or if it was something she couldn't talk about. Finally, after they had a lovely night together, she brought up what had been on her mind. "Honey, I have something coming up at work that I need to tell you about. I want you to know up front that I don't want to go, but they're giving me no choice. If I don't go, it could cost me my job." "What is it, babe? What are they asking you to do?" he asked. "In 2 weeks, my bosses, the 6 executive vice presidents of DFB, are going to San Francisco, California for a work retreat and team-building session. It's mandatory for all 6 of them. Companies do that all the time, honey. Maybe I can come along and we can turn it into a mini vacation," he suggested. "That's what I don't like. The main focus is on stress relief from work and team building, but only for the employees. No spouses, no secretaries, just us. Carolyn and I will share a room and the 6 VPs will figure out their sleeping arrangements. But that's not the worst part." "It's not?" "No. One of the main goals is to reduce stress. So none of us, not the VPs nor Carolyn and I, can bring any communication devices. No cell phones, tablets, or laptops. We'll be cut off from the outside world all weekend. The guides will have phones for emergencies, but those numbers are for major emergencies only. It means I can't stay in touch with you. And I hate that. I don't want to be away from you that long. I'll miss you a lot." "You're right. I don't like that either. When do you leave and come back?" "Since it's across the country, we'll take off half a day Friday, fly there, spend Friday evening and all day Saturday on team-building activities, and fly back Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure about the flight times yet." "I see. Do you know what kind of team-building activities they have planned?" he asked. "I brought a brochure home about the place. It has the emergency contact numbers on it, and I want you to have that just in case something happens here or with our families. In short, they'll take us on a tour of Alcatraz, then to Fisherman's Wharf, where there's an old penny arcade collection. The games cost between 1 cent and 50 cents to play. They'll also have a scavenger hunt around the city. Teams will split up, do photo and video challenges, and run around places like North Beach, the Financial District, and the Presidio. They say it'll be fun, but I'm not looking forward to it. No electronics except for cameras. We're encouraged to take as many pictures and videos as we want. The only cameras we have are on our cell phones, and those are not allowed. I'm not buying a new camera. The only memories I want are of you and me. Honey, I'm not going to tell you what to do. If I say don't go and you get fired, you might be mad at me. If I tell you to go and you hate it, you could blame me. It's a no-win situation for me. We've never been apart for that long since we married, and I don't like it either. But it's your decision. I'll support you no matter what." "Oh, I know you will," she said, frustrated. "This is one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't decisions, isn't it?" "Yep. But if you decide to go, I'll find something to do, like go to the movies, the park, or the museum. I'll keep busy." "Well, if you say so, that makes me feel a bit better. I think we need me to have this job right now, so I might go along to keep it. But next year, if they try this again, I'll quit. By then, your income should be enough, and I might not even have to work." "Just keep thinking like that, baby," he said with a chuckle. Well, just keep thinking of me while I'm gone. I'm going to give you the best hug and kiss when I get back." She laughed. "I'm counting on that," he affirmed. 2 weeks later, as she was leaving for the retreat, he had to say goodbye at the airport security checkpoint before passing through. She gave him a tight hug and a kiss, asking him to remember it until she came back with more love. Vance decided not to go to the movies or out alone, and he didn't enjoy drinking much. Instead, on his way home, he picked up a couple of DVDs from Redbox, made some popcorn, and caught up on the blockbuster movies he'd missed during his busy school years. On Saturday morning, after struggling to sleep in alone, he got an idea. He wanted to surprise her when she got back from San Francisco. Abby loved Italian food, especially pasta e fagioli soup and chicken marsala. He had never cooked anything this complex before, but he wanted to make something special for her return. After spending a lot of time online and reading reviews, he made a list of what he needed to cook 2 special meals from scratch. He spent most of Saturday buying, washing, and prepping everything so it would be fresh for Sunday. He spent hours making sure everything was ready to cook the next day. Her plane was set to arrive at 5 o'clock, so he aimed to have dinner ready by 6 when they would likely be home. Although he didn't like cooking and found it a lot of work for just 2 people, he was excited and did it to show his love for his wife. He waited at the airport, and she finally came out with her suitcase. She looked tired, which surprised him. He thought the trip was supposed to help her relax. She reached him, gave a quick hug, and said she was tired and just wanted to go home. Vance didn't know what to think. This was not how he had imagined it would go. "Are you okay? Are you sick?" he asked quickly. "I'll be all right," she said softly. "It's probably just jet lag. I just want to go home and sleep. It's been a long weekend." He decided to be patient and let her talk about what was bothering her when she was ready. She didn't say a word on the way home. He hoped that once she saw the effort he put into cooking her favorite dishes, she might feel better. But she seemed defeated when he revealed the meal with a cheerful "ta-da." She gave a sad smile, different from any he had seen before. She sat down and pushed the food around her plate to be polite, but didn't eat much. She said she was tired and wanted to take a shower and go to bed. She was testing his patience. She never let him get away with being distant. She would usually ask him questions until he opened up, but something told him not to push her now. However, he was determined to find out what was wrong by tomorrow. Frustrated, Vance threw away the food and cleaned the kitchen. He watched TV until midnight and then slept on the couch. The night had not turned out as they had both expected. The next morning, he heard her talking on the phone while he was in the shower, but he couldn't hear the conversation. After he dried off and went to the bedroom, he saw she had gone downstairs to make coffee, her usual morning routine. She hadn't mentioned his absence the whole night. Did she even notice? Her phone was on the bedside table. He checked the call log, but there were no calls shown since before she left. Had she deleted the call? That seemed strange. Why delete only one call? He heard her coming back, so he quickly put the phone back and said, "Morning, babe. I hope you're feeling better than you were last night." "Much better, thank you. I slept like a log. We were running all over town for a scavenger hunt yesterday, and it wore me out," she replied. "By the way, who were you talking to on the phone earlier?" he asked. "Me? I wasn't on the phone with anyone." "Are you sure? I thought I heard you talking." She picked up her phone. "I swear I haven't had any calls since before I left for California. But babe, are you calling me a liar? Check the phone. No calls. See? Are you satisfied?" she snapped. "Apparently not as satisfied as you are," he replied angrily. "What does that mean?" she shot back. "It means I gotta go to work. Have a nice day. Bye." And he rushed out the door. She called after him, but he ignored her. She had never acted this way before. Why was she so upset about a simple question? Nothing made sense. He felt it was better to leave before it turned into a big fight. For the first time, he left without saying, "I love you," or giving her a kiss. Albert Eddings was doing great at work. He had been turning in progress reports on all the activity in his small 2-man department. The results from his client list, which had shown almost no progress before, had suddenly improved by over 4,000%. David Redding, his boss, called him into the office to talk about it. He praised Albert for the great success and asked what had changed after 3 years of little progress. But Albert knew something his boss didn't, and he wasn't about to spoil things now. He told his boss that Stan in training had shown him some new strategies with the computer, and he decided to try them with good results. He said he was stuck and needed to take risks, so he decided to try new things. The clients loved how their investments were doing, and most of them were now eager to invest more. He was very happy. No one mentioned Vance. David said he had never seen such smart investment choices that gave great results for both the clients and FSB's profits. David told Albert to keep it up and that he was recommending him for a 20% raise. Albert was thrilled. He hadn't gotten a raise in over 5 years. Vance got a call from Abby a little after 10:30 a.m. "Hi, honey. I don't like how we rushed out this morning. Let's forget about it, okay?" Abby said excitedly. "I'd like that," he said softly. "Well, I have some big news. I want us to go out tonight and celebrate. Don't worry about dinner. I've already made reservations." "So what's the big news?" he asked. "Oh, I want to tell you in person, sweetheart. This is going to be a special night. When you get home, take a shower and put on a suit. We're going somewhere fancy," she said with excitement. Vance felt better. Abby sounded happy again. Maybe whatever was bothering her was gone. "I can't wait to hear your good news tonight," he said with a smile. After putting on her best dress, she drove them in the Lexus to a fancy dinner club. They got there at 7:30 p.m. She was the only one allowed to drive the car for insurance reasons unless there was an emergency. The boiled lobster. "We've never been here before. How do you know about this place?" he asked. "I've been here a few times for lunch and dinner with the VPs for my hard work," she said. "Why didn't you tell me? Do they take you to dinner often?" "It's just a place to eat, so I didn't mention it. Yes, only a couple of times after working hard on a Saturday," she said. "I see," he said, hiding his displeasure. He decided to keep calm and wait to see what she had planned. When they walked in, she told the hosts they were with the Crenshaw party. "Oh, you didn't make reservations for us. This is a group thing?" he asked. "It involves them too, so I thought we could all celebrate together," she said. "I see," he said quietly. "Don't ruin my night, please. This is supposed to be a happy time for me," she insisted. They found her co-workers and sat down. "Vance, I don't think you've met these three. This is Steve Crenshaw, Frank Sutton, and Bernard Ledbetter. They're all vice presidents of different divisions," she introduced them. They were dressed in expensive suits. "Guys, this is my hubby, Vance." Vance shook hands with them and noticed they were eyeing Abby. "Are your wives coming later?" he asked. Bernard replied, "You know, school night, kids, and home stuff." Vance realized Abby was the only woman there, and it made him uncomfortable. Abby looked at the VPs and said, "Can I tell him now? I've been dying to all day." "Tell me what and why do you need their permission?" Vance asked, annoyed. Steve nodded at Abby with a smile. "Oh, goody. Guess what, sweetie?" "I'm listening," Vance said. "I got a huge raise starting today. Isn't that great?" "That's nice, honey. We'll talk about it later," Vance said. "Are you kidding me?" she said angrily. "We'll talk about it now. It's such good news. These guys wanted to see your face when I told you. My pay is going up by $12,500 a year. That means I'll be making $87,500 a year from today. Adding your $50,000, our income is now $137,500 a year. Did you ever think we'd make this much so soon?" Vance was angry that she talked about their money in public, but it was too late. He thought she probably told them everything earlier. He noticed Steve staring at him. "So what do you think, sweetie? You haven't said anything." Everyone waited for his reaction. He was going to disappoint them with a completely blank face. "Excuse me, please, where's the men's room?" he asked, not directing it to anyone in particular. "Why didn't you go before we left home?" she asked, embarrassed. "Never mind," Vance said. "I'll find it myself." Then he walked away to look for it. As he left, he saw them talking closely, like in a huddle. Vance knew that if he hadn't left, he might have embarrassed his wife and made her upset in front of her bosses. He didn't want to do that in public. Maybe at home, but not here. He needed time to calm down. When he came back 20 minutes later, no one was at the table. He found her on the dance floor with one of her colleagues. The other two were nearby, switching places with each other every few minutes, dancing with her in turns. After watching for a while, Vance walked over to her and Frank. "Honey, I don't feel well." Can you say goodbye to these nice men so we can leave tonight? He asked. You can't be serious. Are you trying to ruin this night for me? Why do you want to leave so early? We haven't even eaten yet, she said. Steve, standing nearby, jumped into the conversation. Upset stomach, Vance. Go sit at the bar and drink some soda. That's the perfect remedy. You'll feel better in no time, he said with a smirk. Why don't you at least try it, honey? It might work, she said, twirling away with Steve as he switched places with Frank while Bernard waited for his turn. Vance didn't get what was happening or why, but he wasn't interested. He walked to the bar, ordered a Coke, asked for some paper and a pen, and went back to their table. He wrote, "Still not feeling well. Didn't want to ruin your special day, so I went home. Hope you have a great time." He left the Coke on the table and put the note in her purse, wrapping it around her cell phone so she wouldn't miss it if she tried to call him. Once he saw she was lost in the night with her friends and not paying attention to him, he went outside and called for an Uber. He was back at their apartment by 8:30 p.m. Once inside, he changed out of his suit and made a sandwich. Thinking back on the night, he felt more humiliated than ever. Was their marriage in trouble now? It sure seemed that way to him. His phone rang at 10 p.m. "Where are you? Did you really leave?" she asked. "Yes, I've been home since 8:30. I wasn't feeling well," he replied. 8:30? Why didn't you tell me? I would have left with you." "I did tell you, but you chose to stay and not ruin your night. Oh, don't act like a baby. I hope you're happy now. You ruined my special night." "How? It took you an hour and a half to notice I wasn't there. I guess that makes us even. You ruined my evening as soon as we got there." Vance snapped, then hung up and turned off his phone. Vance heard the apartment door open loudly at 10:45. He wondered if she'd be home before midnight while he sat in the living room watching TV. She came in crying, ran to him, knelt by his chair, and started apologizing. "Please forgive me, sweetheart. I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I just haven't been myself. After you left and I called you, the guys explained how things might have looked to you. I love you more than you can imagine, and I don't want anything to come between us. It's my fault, all my fault. I got carried away after getting a big raise and lost my mind for a bit. Never again," she cried. "Your raise is good news, and I'm happy for you. But what really hurt tonight wasn't about your raise. You made me think you had made a booking for just us, but it was a party with just you being the only woman. Then I find out you've been going to fancy lunches and dinners with the bosses and never mentioned it to me. You surprised me with your raise in front of our bosses, showing how little I make compared to you. You embarrassed me in front of them for just asking for the restroom. When I got back, I saw you dancing with the 3 guys without talking to me first. And then when I asked you to leave with me, you brushed me off. I've never felt so humiliated, especially by you. That's why I left." "I know, honey, you're right. Even though it wasn't how I wanted tonight to go, they helped me see how you might have felt. I was wrong, I admit it, and I owe you a big apology. It won't happen again. Can you forgive me, sweetheart? Please." Real tears streamed down her face, her makeup smudged. Vance never could stay mad at Abby, especially when she was genuinely sorry. She was his soft spot. "Of course I forgive you, honey. I love you too much not to. I might not make as much money as you do right now, but I do my job with as much honor and integrity as you do yours." Abby flinched when he said that, but quickly smiled. "I know, love. You're the smartest and hardest working man I know, even more than those 6 guys who run the company. But don't let them know I said that." They shared a kiss and made up. Abby suggested they go to the bedroom to show how much she appreciated him. He felt a bit hurt by her earlier behavior and politely said he wasn't feeling up to it. Abby didn't take no for an answer and brought him to bed anyway. The next morning, she woke him up in a special way to show her love. She took her time making him feel amazing before he finally let go. All was well in the Rail household again. Their love life got back on track. It wasn't as frequent as before the argument. They were close once or twice a week on weekdays, but weekends stayed the same. Vance stopped trying to start things during the week because Abby often said she had headaches or was too tired from work. He decided to let her make the first move to avoid feeling rejected and causing more stress. Because the company DFB employed 1,680 people, they couldn't hold one big Christmas party. Each division had its own small celebration. Vance didn't want to attend any party where his boss, Albert, would be because Albert always took credit for Vance's hard work. The 6 division managers had their own Christmas party at the Boiled Lobster, a restaurant where Vance had been embarrassed before. Abby begged him to go, promising it would be different this time. The executives had reserved the back section for their event. The 6 managers and their wives, 12 secretaries with their partners, and the 2 PAs, Carolyn and Abby, with their husbands attended. Each couple had their own table. Musicians played Christmas songs and other festive tunes. Everyone danced with their own partners to Vance's surprise. The night was wonderful, and he told Abby how much he enjoyed it. When they got home, they felt so happy that they were very affectionate with each other and fell asleep holding each other. That year, they spent Thanksgiving with his family and their first married Christmas with her family in Ohio. They celebrated New Year's Eve in New York City among the crowds in Times Square. They counted down to the ball drop, welcoming their first New Year together as husband and wife. They were very happy and sealed the night with excitement when they got home at 2 a.m. Life was steady for the couple until March. Abby had often offered to use her increased salary to buy a car for Vance, so he wouldn't have to walk or bike to work in bad weather. She said he deserved it, and it would be their car since her work car belonged to DFB. She didn't tell him that she felt embarrassed about him walking in the cold and rain because she knew he wouldn't take it well. When Abby came home on Monday, March 7th, she was excited but wouldn't say why. Vance worried she might want something that could disrupt their easy-going life. Things were going well between them and their marriage was solid. Whatever it was, she kept it a secret, but showed her excitement through a night of passionate love, bringing back the magic from their first time together. Early on Tuesday, March 8th, Vance got up to go to the bathroom. Returning to bed, he checked the clock. It was 4:45 a.m., but he saw the alarm was off. He was sure he had set it before bed, but thought he might have forgotten due to the excitement of the night. He set it again and went back to sleep. He woke up to the annoying sound of his 6:30 alarm clock. He hit the button to stop it and got up to start his morning routine. As he was tying his tie, getting ready for work, Abby started to wake up slowly. He always tried to be quiet in the morning so she could sleep more because her workday began an hour later than his. "Honey, what are you doing?" she asked, still sleepy. "Go back to sleep, sweetheart. I didn't mean to wake you. I'll be leaving for work soon." "Work? But we don't have work today. We're both off. That's why I turned off your alarm," she said. "You're so cute, honey. But today is Tuesday, a weekday. It's not the weekend." "I know what day it is, silly. You don't work today and neither do I. I have plans for us." "What do you mean? I don't work today. I work every weekday. My vacation starts after my first year. You know that," he replied. "Of course I know that, but I took care of it. I called Albert yesterday and told him you wouldn't be in today," she said proudly. Vance laughed a little. "Honey, you can't tell Albert or me when I will or won't be at work. It doesn't work like that." "Yes, I can, and I did. So you're not going to work today. And how do you think you have the right to tell Albert to give me time off?" he asked. "Are you kidding? Albert is a nobody. He's at the bottom. Even the dishwasher in the cafeteria is higher than him. He's only there because he's related to a board member. Everyone knows he's not very smart. He just does what he's told and stays out of the way," she said. Vance knew Albert wasn't the best worker, but he was shocked to hear his wife talk about his boss like that. "How can you say that? Just who do you think you are?" he asked. "Everyone knows it, Vance. As high up the ladder as I am, if anyone tells Albert to do something, he does it." "Is that so?" Vance said angrily. "Yes, it's a fact. Albert does whatever I tell him to do." "If that's true, then what does that make me?" "He's my supervisor," Vance said. Abby was shocked by his question. She believed what she said but hadn't thought about how her words would hurt him. She realized she had to go through with it now. "Look, baby, you do your best. I've talked to Albert and others who work with you. They all say you look busy, but no one knows what you actually do. No one says you waste time, but no one knows what you do. You're better at looking busy than your boss," she said. "You don't know what I do because you don't work in my field. But I'll ask again, who do you think you are to say these things?" he said. "You want to know who I am? I'm the one who makes twice what you make. I got 2 raises in the past 6 months. That's a lot more than your salary. Apparently I'm doing something right, and you're not. I'm the breadwinner in this family, not you, she said. She continued, that's why I gave you the day off. I wanted us to go out, just you and me, and tell you in a kind way that I make so much more money now. We could even think about having a baby soon. You wouldn't have to work anymore. You could stay home and take care of our baby. Don't you see? This is a good thing. Vance was stunned. You think I'm worthless? That what I do doesn't matter? That I should quit my job because I'm not going anywhere? Well, forget you. I'm going to work. You can do whatever you want today, but it won't be with me, he shouted as he left. When he got to his office, Albert was waiting for him. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be off today, Albert said with a nervous tone. I work here, Albert, just like you. I didn't ask for any time off, and even if I did, I don't get those benefits until after my first year. What are you talking about? Look, the order came from the big office, the boss. Miss, your wife called and said you'd be off today. I don't want to get in trouble over this, Albert said. How could you get in trouble? Because I came to work on a regular day. Unless you're saying I'm fired, I'm getting back to work. I get it, Vance. I just don't want any problems, Albert added, walking back to his office. Vance had turned off his cell phone because he didn't want to talk to Abby or anyone else. His desk phone was ringing non-stop. He knew it was Abby and needed to cool down before saying something he'd regret. He remembered his office phone still wasn't set up with his name or voicemail, so he turned the ringer off and got back to work. That is, until there was a firm knock at his locked door at 9:30. I'm busy, Albert. If it's a call, just say I stepped out, Vance asserted. Mr. Rail, it's not Albert. Please open your door, sir, a woman's voice called out. He opened the door to see Carolyn Graham, the other PA they'd met at the Christmas party. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Rail, but I'm here on urgent business. Mr. Crenshaw, the vice president over your division, needs to see you right away. Since your ID doesn't give you access to that section, I'll take you to his office. I pretty much know what he wants, and I'd rather not talk to him, Vance deflected. That's not up to you, Mr. Rail. He's your boss, a few levels up. Now please come with me, she stated firmly. Seeing she was right and he had no choice, he reluctantly followed her to the 41st floor. They didn't speak again until she led him into Mr. Crenshaw's lobby where two secretaries waited. Go right in, Mr. Rail. He's expecting you, said a redhead as he opened the door. Half expecting an ambush, Vance was warmly greeted by a smile and a handshake. Good to see you, Vance. Thanks for coming right away. I'm swamped today with Abby being off. Thank you, sir. Good to see you too, Vance lied. What can I do for you today? First, you can drop the sir stuff. Call me Steve. Thank you, Vance. We're very fond of Abby. She's full of energy and makes this place better. We show our appreciation by paying her well so nobody else takes her from us. We also try to keep her happy. She's called twice today and she's not happy. She says she's been crying since you left this morning. Keeping her happy is important to us, Vance. I'm sorry, Steve, but I don't want to discuss personal issues between my wife and me with anyone else. It's private, Vance stated flatly. It's not as private as you might think. Anything that concerns her concerns us. Did you really tell her what you did because she makes more money than you? Is your ego that fragile? Maybe you should consider quitting and becoming a stay-at-home dad. Many men here would switch places with you. Vance stood silently, feeling humiliated and angry that Abby shared their personal problems with the higher-ups. But he held back. Do you have nothing to say? Are you just going to stand there? My wife may not see it this way, but I won't discuss private matters in the open. Is there anything else I can help with, sir? He restated. Frustrated, Steve gave one last piece of advice. Vance, I don't know why she's so committed to you, given what she says you've done, but she is. If you know what's good for you, keep your wife happy. Sometimes you have to humble yourself. Is it such a big deal if it means being with someone as beautiful as she is, doing her best for the family? If things were reversed, wouldn't you expect the same? Steve was met with silence. Look, I know I can't make you be sweet to her, but I can make you leave. Whatever's bothering you, figure it out. I'm telling you to go home now and come back tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll let Carolyn know to mark you as here for the full day so you won't get in trouble. Go home and spend time with your wife. Now, Vance, do I need to call security to help you out? No, sir. That won't be needed. Thank you for the time off. You're welcome, Vance. Maybe you shouldn't question your wife's decisions so much. You know the saying, if mama's unhappy, then nobody's happy. Without a word, Vance went back to his office. He turned off his computer, told Albert he'd be gone, and left the building feeling uneasy. He was caught in a tough spot. On one hand, he was angry at his wife for sharing their private issues with their boss, maybe even other heads of the company. On the other hand, he was worried about what Steve said. Steve made it clear that he needs to listen to his wife or else. More importantly, Vance was still in the first 6 months of a 1-year internship. If he got fired, he would have to repay all his college costs and lose any chance at a permanent job. Even though he was very unhappy with Abby, he knew that getting into a fight with her or taking a break from the relationship could cause trouble with Steve. As he walked home, he thought about his choices. The safest thing for him to do was to avoid a fight and distance himself emotionally. He couldn't control her, but he could control himself. He walked slowly home, thinking over his position. When he arrived, she was waiting for him. "Looks like you learned something today," she said. Vance looked at her, tired and silent, and started climbing the stairs to their bedroom. "I'm talking to you. What do you have to say for yourself?" Again, he said nothing. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I'm getting out of this suit, if that's okay with you," he replied with sarcasm. "No, don't change. I made plans for us. We're leaving soon." "No thanks," he said flatly. "No? You're telling me no?" she said, getting angry. "I feel sick. I don't want to go anywhere." "Are you trying to ruin everything good I bring to this marriage?" she snapped. He kept ignoring her, staying quiet. "Fine. I'll go by myself and have a great time without you. How about that?" "Have a nice time," he replied. "I'll just stay here and watch TV." "You have a day off and you're just going to waste it watching TV?" she asked, shocked. His silence made her angrier, and she left. Vance was happy to have her out of the apartment. He thought he managed pretty well, considering how much she was upsetting him. She came back 4 hours later, feeling better. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you," she said sweetly. "I wanted today to be special for us and got frustrated when it didn't go as planned. Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, a bit. It's getting better," he said. "I have good news. While you were resting, I looked at some apartments. Now that we're making more money, I think we should move to a nicer place. I found one I love and put down a $500 deposit to hold it for 3 days. Why don't we go see it together?" "I don't think so. I'm happy here. I don't want to move," he said, feeling down. "How can you say that without even looking at it? Don't dismiss it so quickly, sweetie. We'll lose $500 if we don't follow through." "You didn't talk to me about moving before putting down a deposit. Had you thought to call me, I could have saved you from doing that." "Well, I want us to move there, so I'll go ahead and get it ready for us. Once we're settled in the new apartment, you'll see how great it is and love it even more than I do. If you want to leave me and move out on your own, I can't stop you. After all, you make the big money like you said, but I'm not going anywhere." "You can't mean that. Are you saying you would leave me over a new apartment?" she said, shocked. "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't want to move, so I'm staying here. But if you want to move away and leave me, well, you said you have the money to do it. I can't stop you if that's your choice. Why do you have to ruin everything? Why are you being such a jerk about this? Where's the man I fell in love with? Abby, I haven't changed at all. I'm the same as I've always been. It's you who has changed. Think about it." And he walked away to the bathroom, hoping she wouldn't follow. Things were tense in the Rael household for the next 3 weeks. She didn't push for the new apartment, trying to avoid fights. They still lived in their 1-bedroom apartment, so it was hard to get any space unless one of them slept on the couch, which Vance had thought about doing. There was no closeness, but given the power struggle, he didn't miss it. Luckily, Steve didn't meddle in their business any more than he already had, and no one told him he was needed less. April 1st came, and Vance was ready to leave for work when Abby approached him in her robe. He didn't know she was awake. He thought he had been quiet. "I know we haven't been getting along for the past 3 weeks," she said nervously. "But I need you to sign some insurance papers before you leave. We are changing our health insurance at work, and they need everyone's paperwork. I forgot to mention it last night, but I need to take the papers with me today. It's the same coverage we have now, but the new company offers it at a lower price, she said softly. Is this an April Fool's joke? Can it wait? He asked. I need to leave for work, and I don't want to be late. No, she insisted. It has to be turned in today or our coverage could be affected. There are 2 sets of papers, one for each of us. It won't take you long to sign. I'll add mine later today. All right. But I have to go. Where do I sign? He asked her. Just at the bottom of the first 4 pages. I'll fill out mine after you leave so I don't hold you up, she offered kindly. Vance saw the front page had the name of an insurance company and a lot of small print. He quickly signed and dated the 4 pages she pointed out without reading them, then left for work. Abby was relieved there hadn't been another big fight. She hated the tension, but Steve and the other bosses told her to hold her ground. They said Vance would come around when he realized he missed being close with her, but Abby wasn't patient. They often asked why she stayed with him, given his old-fashioned ways. She couldn't leave Vance. She needed him. She just wanted to shape him a bit more to fit her wishes. Abby thought having a baby would help their relationship and bring back the love they once had. She wanted to rekindle the romance that used to be in every part of their life. She no longer felt they were a team. Instead, she felt she was the only one working for their marriage, and she wanted him to fully join in again. She believed once their baby was in his arms, his heart would melt and things would be like before. She bought many books and magazines about having babies, especially ones that spoke of the love and bonding that come with childbirth. In the following weeks, she started asking him about baby names and talked a lot about how their parents would be excited to become grandparents. While Vance couldn't deny their parents' joy at the thought of a grandchild, he could see Abby was trying to shift his focus away from the problems they had. He also felt she was trying to make him become a stay-at-home dad while she worked. Though he respected men who chose that life, it wasn't for him. Even if his dream of becoming a successful financial expert seemed far away, his spirit kept him going through his internship, partly to avoid the high costs he would face otherwise. Vance found her talk about having a baby amusing, which made him smile often. She thought his smiles meant he was happy with the idea. This made her more determined, imagining him as the most loving and attentive father ever. Abby's idea to have a baby was not possible because they had been avoiding intimacy, so she started wearing more revealing clothes and casually touching Vance when they were at home. Vance had strong self-control, but she knew he would eventually give in. On Thursday, May 2nd that year, Abby came home and told Vance she had to work late the next day. Although she sometimes worked late, the way she made a big deal about it seemed suspicious to him. She talked about the top executives working on a special project that needed to be finished that night. Once it was done, she probably wouldn't need to work late again unless there was an emergency. Abby looked genuinely sad about being away from him on Friday night and explained why. Honey, I haven't told you this because I wanted it to be a good surprise. Remember how we've talked about having a baby lately? Vance nodded, curious about what she meant. Well, for the past 3 months, I've been taking a fertility drug called Clomid. It helps my body release an egg so I can get pregnant. The pills cost about $900 a month, but our insurance covers it. I planned for us to go out tomorrow, have a nice dinner, and then come home and, be together to try for a baby. But now I have to work late and it messed up my plan. Still, I will not let it stop us, okay? No way. When I come home, no matter how late or tired I am, I want us to be together. I really want us to have this baby, Vance, she continued. To help you stay in the mood, I bought some new movies for you to watch while I'm working late. They're romantic, and I want you to think about us being together. Will you do that for me? Will you promise to be with me like only you can? Will you make love to me and help us make this baby? Please. Vance could see she was sincere. Maybe all the baby talk, her actions, or his own desires made him give in. He did love her deeply and had seen more of her old self lately. He decided to meet her halfway. Okay, sweetheart, you win. Let's do it, he said excitedly. She jumped into his arms and kissed him deeply. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As much as I want to be with you tonight, let's save our energy for tomorrow and go all night long until the sun comes up. Deal? She asked. Deal, he replied with newfound enthusiasm. The next day, Vance picked up seafood on his way home, thinking it might help him later with Abby. He knew she wouldn't be home until late, so he was eager to watch the movies she gave him. At 8 p.m., Vance was watching the movies but kept himself from doing anything else to save his energy. Suddenly, his phone beeped with a text from an unknown number. "Do you know where your wife is right now?" It read. He thought it was a prank or mistake, but then another text came. "She's not working at DFB, she's at a party." The mention of DFB made him curious, so he texted back. "Who is this?" he asked. "A friend," came the reply. Intrigued, he replied, "Who do you think my wife is?" He waited for a while and was about to ignore it when a picture started downloading on his phone. Once the download finished, he opened the image file. It felt like getting hit by a speeding truck. His wife, his lovely wife, was lying on her back, naked. There was Steve Crenshaw, the vice president, with his body pressed against hers. The picture was clear, not blurry at all. It was like watching a high-quality video. There was no guessing what was happening. His wife was cheating on him. The pain in his heart was almost too much to bear. He cried harder than he ever had before. She was his first and only true love. She was the one woman he had given his heart to. And now she was breaking it. He couldn't see how their marriage could survive this. Then a thought came to him. What if she wasn't there willingly? What if she had been drugged or forced? What if she needed his help? It didn't make sense how she could betray him after all the effort she put into their relationship. Something was off, and he needed to find out the truth. He decided to reach out to the person who sent the photo to get more information. He texted back, "When was this picture taken? Is it old?" "About 30 minutes ago," came the reply. "Why are you doing this?" Vance asked. "To repay a debt." "Thought you should know," the sender replied. "Is she at the office building?" Vance asked. "No." "Where is she then?" he asked. "Can't say. Might lose job. Check her phone. We'll send link later." Vance tried to get more answers, but the mysterious sender stopped replying. The sender must be risking a lot by sending him this information. But if that was true, how could they send a clear photo of Steve with his wife but not tell Vance where she was? It was confusing, but Vance had two clues. He could use the phone finder app to locate Abby's phone, and a link might come later with more information. But nothing in the texts told him if Abby had been drugged or forced. He needed to find her right away. He quickly opened the phone finder app and activated it. He hoped her phone would be at work, but it wasn't. It was at 1125 West 10th Avenue. He had no idea what kind of place that was. A search told him it was called Annie's Hall, a place for small parties, reunions, and meetings by appointment. Well, he would join the party. He called an Uber, got dressed quickly, grabbed his keys, and ran out the door without his coat. It was raining hard outside. He didn't want to go back in, so he huddled under the entryway and jumped into the car when it arrived. 20 minutes later, he was at Annie's Hall. He sent the driver away and walked up to the locked glass door. The well-lit entryway was empty. He knocked with his knuckles but got no response, so he banged his keys on the glass. Finally, a big, bald man appeared. "Can I help you, sir?" the man asked politely. "Yes, I need to see my wife, Mrs. Abigail Rail," Vance replied. "Just a moment, sir. Let me check." The man went inside and came back about 5 minutes later. "I'm sorry, sir. There's no one here by that name. You must be mistaken. Have a good evening." Vance's anger rose. He knew he was being lied to. "Excuse me, sir, she is here, and if you don't bring her to me right now, there will be trouble," he said firmly. "I told you she's not here. Why do you think she is inside?" the man asked. "Two reasons. 1, my phone finder app shows her phone is inside. 2, her car is in your parking lot, so I know she is here. Are you still saying she's not?" Vance challenged. "Yes, sir, that's exactly what I'm saying. Please leave or there will be trouble," the man replied. "You're right. There's going to be trouble, and it's going to happen now." Vance took out his phone and called his wife's number. It went straight to voicemail. Someone had turned off her phone recently, probably because of his call. He made another call while the man stood there. 911. "What's your emergency?" the dispatcher asked. "Yes. My name is Vance Rail. I'm at 1125 West 10th Avenue. I believe my wife has been kidnapped and is being harmed inside this building," Vance reported urgently. The doorman quickly went inside again, leaving the door locked. Shortly after, the police arrived. Just then, Abby appeared and came to the door. Her clothes were messy, as if she had put them on in a hurry, and Vance could see some kind of sticky residue on her legs. Vance had no doubts about what was happening. He knew exactly what his wife looked like after cheating. The doorman opened the door a little and spoke to the officers who had come to check out the call. "I'm sorry, officers. There was a misunderstanding. This gentleman was asking about one of our guests, and I misunderstood him. As you can see, she's here with him and everything is fine," he explained nervously. Abby forced a smile at the officers. They asked, "Is everything okay, ma'am? Are you here against your will?" "Everything's fine, officers. My husband just got confused. It's so embarrassing," she said. "He knows I'm in a meeting and won't be home until late," Abby said. Then she turned to Vance, angry. "How did you know I was here? How did you find me?" "The phone finder app showed you here," he replied. "You said you would be working tonight, not having an affair with your boss." "You have no idea what you're talking about," Abby snapped. "We're working. You need to go home and wait for me." "Abby, I know more than you think. I need you to come home with me right now," Vance insisted. "No, Vance," she said through gritted teeth. "I'm not leaving until this project is finished. You're making this take longer. I'll be home soon. Go home and wait for me." Vance was firm. "I need you to come with me now. Just grab your things and let's go." "That's not happening until we're done here," Abby said, annoyed. "You're embarrassing me in front of my bosses. Just go, please, before you lose your job." "Honey, you have no idea how serious this is. If you don't come home with me now, I won't be there when you get back, and I will start divorce proceedings," Vance warned. Abby laughed. "You're bluffing. I love you and I know you love me. We're going to be together forever. Just give me this time, please." Vance's voice was sad. "There won't be anything left to fix if you refuse to come home now. You will only speak to me through my lawyer." The doorman and the police officers saw everything. Tears welled up in Abby's eyes. "You don't mean that. I'll see you later, honey," she said, and went back inside. "I'm sorry, officers. Like the doorman said, it was a big mistake. My apologies for involving you," Vance said. "No problem, sir. We've seen this before." "Good luck to you," one of the officers replied. It was still raining, and Vance didn't want to wait for another Uber. He remembered he had a key to Abby's company car just for emergencies. He thought this counted and drove it home. Her new lover could take her home. He didn't care anymore. Back at the apartment, Vance felt a mix of emotions. He knew his marriage was over. This wasn't the first time Abby had been with Steve. She was probably lost to him long ago. The apartment was hers now. He wasn't going to spend another night there, especially if she was around. By 9:15 p.m., Vance wanted to leave before Abby returned. He sent a text with his laptop and printed out a picture of her with Steve. He left it on the kitchen table for her to find. Then he packed a week's worth of clothes, figuring he could come back later for more if needed. He gathered his toiletries and personal items. He smiled at an ashtray she didn't know he valued. If things got worse, he could sell it. While packing, his phone dinged with another text. "Unknown source link covers the first 2 hours of the party tonight. We'll send more links for 2-hour increments as they happen. Sorry, bro." "Password?" he asked. "Sigma key," they replied. There was a link to a video file. Now, he knew a fraternity brother or sister was giving this info. That deepened the mystery. He had no idea how someone from college could be involved. Maybe it was a trick. He clicked the link and entered the password. The video started. It wasn't just Steve and Abby at this party. It looked like all the VPs were mixed up in this. He moved the video ahead in chunks of 15 minutes, stopping briefly to watch quick scenes. Every time he looked, it seemed like they were with her again. He felt like he might throw up more than once. The video on his phone was too small to see well. He decided to watch it later on his computer. He needed to download it and make DVD copies for evidence. He had to keep his laptop and blank DVDs handy to make copies for his lawyer, just in case the online version disappeared. He packed his laptop, toiletries, and other personal things into another suitcase. Before leaving, he took off his wedding ring and put it on a photo on the kitchen table. He thought about where he could stay for a while. Besides Abby, he didn't have anyone in New York City to lean on. Albert wasn't an option. He would sell him out quickly. As for his job at DFB, no one there was really close to him. It was sad that his best friend might be the unknown person who sent him the video. He decided to go to an ATM and withdraw the most money his account would allow. He remembered there was a cheap hotel a few blocks away. If they had a room, he could pay in cash and not be traced by his credit card. Since it was raining hard, he took his raincoat and umbrella, loaded his luggage into Abby's car, and drove to the hotel. He checked in without getting his stuff wet. After returning the car to her apartment, he walked back to the hotel in the rain. At the hotel, he set up his laptop and started downloading the video. He wanted to turn off his phone to avoid being found, but realized he needed it on to get more links to videos. He guessed Abby wouldn't look for him until her party was over. The person who sent him the video would likely inform him when it ended. Once the video downloaded, he burned it to a DVD for backup. Around 11:30 p.m., he got another link for the second part of the party, repeating the process. He couldn't sleep at all. The third link came at 1:30 a.m. and the final one at 2 a.m. He thanked his unknown friend and turned off his phone. He watched TV as the downloads and DVD burning finished. After capturing and burning the videos, he finally fell asleep with the TV still on. Abby got home around 3 a.m. She was angry. If Vance had stayed home, she would have been back much earlier. She was glad to see her car back at the apartment. Vance must have driven it back to annoy her. She was exhausted from her night and just wanted to rest. When she walked into the dark, quiet apartment, she was relieved. At least Vance wasn't waiting up for her. She trudged to their bedroom, hoping he was asleep. Seeing the empty, unmade bed was a pleasant surprise. Maybe he was sleeping on the couch. Then she slept deeply, not waking up until 10 a.m. Saturday morning, she realized she hadn't even changed her clothes before collapsing on the bed. Sleepily, she stripped and took a shower. Feeling cleaner afterward, she headed downstairs, hoping for a hot cup of coffee, but braced herself for another day dealing with Vance. When she walked into the kitchen, her eyes were instantly drawn to the table. There she saw a big photo of her with Steve and a wedding ring on top of it. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. Vance was never supposed to find out about what I did last night. This can't be real. She dashed to the living room but didn't see Vance. She called out his name. No answer. She ran upstairs and checked every room. Still no Vance. Then she noticed that many of his clothes and personal things were gone. He found out. He knew what she was doing last night, and that's why he was so insistent on her leaving with him. She searched for a note or any clue about where he might be, but found nothing. She quickly called his cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. No! She fell to the floor and cried uncontrollably, feeling a surge of loss. After lying on the floor for nearly half an hour, she finally pulled herself together and called Steve to tell him that Vance was gone and about the picture he left. Steve was extremely angry. He accused her of giving something away about what she would be doing that night. She swore that she didn't. He finally calmed down and said it didn't really matter. They had a plan B for situations like this. He told her to calm down and go about her daily activities like normal. He assured her that she would hear from Vance sooner or later and that it would eventually work out, but they all needed to be patient. Vance woke up around 10 a.m. to a knock on the door. "Room service?" He cursed himself for not putting the Do Not Disturb sign out. Then he realized there wasn't one. This wasn't a fancy hotel after all. He yelled for them to come back later and they agreed. After showering and shaving, the beautiful sunny May day outside was in stark contrast to the storm in his life. Today was the day he planned to watch the videos of his soon-to-be ex-wife with those men. But first things first. He locked the DVDs in the room safe to keep them from disappearing and let the maid know his room was free before heading to a nearby diner for breakfast. He wanted to stay energized and give his stomach time to settle before watching the video. After eating, he walked to an ATM and withdrew $1,000 in cash to avoid using credit cards. He walked around the block twice to calm his nerves, think about his options, and clear his mind. When he got back to his hotel room, Vance took out the discs and sat at the desk with his laptop and headphones. He didn't want any sounds attracting attention. More importantly, the headphones would let him hear any dialogue clearly. He already knew about the actions. Now he wanted to understand what was said. Maybe their conversations would explain why and how this happened. It was hard for him to keep it together for the entire 7-hour video. It was bad enough hearing the sounds with each man and his wife, but the harsh words they said about him confused him. Why did they hate him so much? What had he done? Nothing made sense. He saw 6 men taking turns with his wife, but this wasn't just an ordinary situation. It was planned out very carefully. Abby had told him she was taking a fertility drug because she wanted him to get her pregnant, yet now she was with 6 men. The first round of actions showed each man not using protection. They all took turns with her in a specific order, but nothing in the video revealed how they chose the order. She just lay there as each man went ahead. For the second round, it took them a bit longer, but each man again in the same order went ahead once more. Vance guessed that it was during this second round that he came to rescue her. The doorman said he was there and wanted to see Abby. Steve and the others were annoyed but kept going. She did what they said, but when the doorman returned saying he had called the cops, everyone was angry. Steve told her to quickly put on her dress and try to make her husband leave. When she asked what if he knew, they told her that was impossible and scolded her for not turning off her cell phone. She came back crying 20 minutes later. Steve gave her a large glass of wine to calm her down and told her that this would be her last time with them. From that, Vance understood that this was the end of her time with them, for some reason, but that was all the video revealed about it. She took off her dress and got back into an all-fours position. The last 3 men finished what they were doing with her. Then they took a 30-minute break. During this time, she drank more wine and used a washcloth to clean herself. Vance thought he heard a porn movie playing in the background, but the screen wasn't visible on the recording. He guessed it was there to help the men get excited again and perform when it was their turn. There wasn't much talking in the video to help Vance understand what was going on, but he did notice an odd detail. He could clearly identify 5 of the 6 men as executive vice presidents of DFB. There was enough evidence of each man's actions with Abby that their wives might want a divorce. But one man's face never showed on camera. It seemed like he didn't know where the camera was, just like the other men. Yet somehow, the camera never caught his face. Vance could only see the back of his head and hair. The only clue about him was a tattoo on his lower back. It was an anchor with a snake wrapped around it. Very detailed and unusual. Vance reached a clear decision. There was no chance of fixing his marriage. He would never be with Abby again. Divorce was the only way out. She had betrayed him and lied too much for anything to get better. Even when he tried to help her, she could have gone home with him, but she chose not to. All the talk about having a baby made him sick, considering how she acted. Whatever happened to Abby, she wouldn't be his wife anymore. That was for sure. Vance started looking for local divorce lawyers and read reviews from their clients. But the lawyer he wanted to see wouldn't be available until Monday at the soonest. Let's take a short break and get ready for part 2. Abby was very upset because her husband, Vance, had suddenly disappeared. She had just gone through a tough time to get away from some people who were blackmailing her. She thought once that was over, everything would go back to normal with Vance. But Vance found out she had been unfaithful at the worst possible time, which shocked her even more. No matter how many times she called, texted, or emailed, he didn't respond. Her friend Steve and his team couldn't find him either, so she decided to stay at the apartment in case he called or came back. Vance, on the other hand, was trying to stay unnoticed. He spent most of Sunday editing several DVDs into a shorter 2-hour version of what had happened. He made several copies for his use and kept them in a room with the original DVDs until he needed them. Vance also looked up the names and addresses of the wives of the men involved in what happened with Abby. He found out that none of them worked because their husbands were rich. 3 of them did charity work to boost their status. Vance didn't want to go to work on Monday. He knew Abby and those involved would probably try to pressure him. They all started work at 9 a.m., but Vance usually started at 8 a.m. to avoid seeing them. He went to work at 7:15 a.m. and left a note for his boss, Albert, saying, "Albert, I'm sorry I can't stay at work today. I felt sick suddenly and might have a fever. I don't want to get anyone else sick. I'm going to see a doctor and hope to be back soon. Thank you for understanding. Vance Rail." Vance used his ID badge to confirm the time he arrived and left in case anyone checked. After leaving, he withdrew another $1,000 from an ATM. He took a taxi to the lawyer he found online. The office opened at 8 a.m., but he had to wait until the lawyer came in at 9 a.m. The secretary asked if he had an appointment. He said no. The lawyer had some free time before her first appointment, so Vance decided to wait. At 9:10, the lawyer, a professionally dressed woman, welcomed him to her office. He told her what happened and that he wanted to serve his wife with divorce papers quickly. The lawyer asked for evidence. Vance gave her the DVD. She watched it quickly to check his story. When asked where he got the video, Vance couldn't say because he didn't know. The lawyer explained that without a legal source for the video, he couldn't use it in court against his wife, but he could file for divorce due to irreconcilable differences, which would still end the marriage legally. The lawyer recognized some men in the video. She said if he could prove the video was real, he could sue the men in the company for ruining his marriage. Since Abby made more money than him, he wouldn't have to pay her any alimony. In fact, she recommended he ask for alimony from her. They had no property or big savings to split, making the divorce simple. Vance said he didn't want any of her money. He just wanted a quick and clean divorce. The lawyer had standard forms her secretary could fill out that day. Abby could be served at work the next morning if he wanted. Vance asked for this to happen at 9:15 a.m. on Tuesday. She agreed, and he paid her half of her fee in cash. The rest would be due once a court date was set. After leaving the lawyer's office, Vance went to a courier service. He had 5 packages wrapped in plain brown paper. He asked for them to be delivered at 9 a.m. sharp the next morning, paying extra for the precise timing and using a fake name and address as the sender. On his way back to the hotel, he stopped by the post office and bought a shipping box. He placed the original DVDs and a copy of the 2-hour DVD inside and mailed it to himself at the company's address, using third-class mail. He wasn't in a rush for it. He just wanted to make sure the recordings were out there until he got them at work and decided what to do next. He still had 1 copy of the 2-hour DVD in his hotel room and the original files on his laptop. He felt pretty sure he wouldn't lose them. That afternoon, Vance went to a clinic to get tested for diseases. After seeing her with many men and knowing they were all cheating on their wives, he figured Abby wasn't their only fling. Who knows what diseases they might have given her? He wanted to know if he had caught something from her. Vance stayed away from work again on Tuesday, saying he was sick. He would have loved to see Abby's reaction when she got served, but better safe than sorry. He didn't know what the VPs might do when cornered, but they had a lot of power and he wanted to avoid trouble. On Tuesday morning, Abby was served divorce papers at her office in front of her coworkers. She asked for and got the day off. She couldn't handle the shame and knew she would cry all day if she stayed. About an hour after Abby left, things blew up for the 5 vice presidents. Their wives called them, screaming and saying divorce papers were on the way. The wives had watched enough of the DVD to see their husbands' guilt. Some of them had suspected cheating before, but their husbands always denied it. This time, there was no denying the proof. Steve and the others knew Vance was behind this. They knew because he had left a photo for Abby from that night on their kitchen table. How Vance got the photo or the video was a mystery. Steve was shocked that something this big was happening to them. They didn't want rumors to spread at work, so they agreed not to talk about their divorce there. No matter how Vance did it, Steve wanted to make sure he paid. There would be payback. Vance was in big trouble. On Wednesday morning, Vance knew he couldn't keep pretending to be sick. 2 days off work was enough, and he had always been a good employee. No one gets fired for being sick. He thought news of the trouble would be all over the office by now, but nothing happened. Albert asked if he was feeling better and if he had made any progress with hard-to-get clients. Vance had left his cell phone in his hotel room, still turned off. No one knew where he was staying, and he wanted to keep it that way. But his day was about to get worse. At 10:30 a.m., there was a knock on his office door. When he opened it, he saw 4 police officers. 2 had their hands on their guns. "Yes, can I help you?" Vance asked. "Can I see some ID, please?" "Are you Vance Rail?" one officer asked. Vance gave them his driver's license. "Yes, that's me. What's this about?" he asked. "You have the right to remain silent," the officer began. Vance was handcuffed. They didn't say what he was charged with. 2 officers held him while the other 2 packed up his computer and office files. They asked Albert if Vance had files anywhere else, but Albert said he didn't know. Vance had no idea what was happening as he was led out of the building in shame. In the lobby, Steve Crenshaw and 3 other VPs were waiting, smirking. Steve spoke as the officers paused. "We had high hopes for you, Vance," Steve said. I'm very disappointed. Did you really think you'd get away with stealing $200,000 from the company? Wasn't your salary enough with your wife making twice as much? You should have been happy. You disgust me. I hope they lock you up for good," he shouted. Vance was taken to the police station, booked and charged with grand larceny. He was worried but knew he was innocent. He knew they would have to show their evidence, which he could disprove, but he was most worried about his job. If he was fired for cause, he would have to pay back his Harvard education costs, even if the charges were dropped. If he lost his job, he would be in financial trouble for years. This was bad, no matter how he looked at it. At his hearing on Thursday morning, he was formally charged, and the judge set bail at $500,000. To Vance, that might as well have been $1 billion. He wasn't leaving anytime soon. For the last 2.5 weeks, Abby had tried many times to visit and talk to him in jail. He understood she was just a tool for the vice president and would only make things worse. He wasn't having any of it. When she realized she wasn't on his approved visitor list, she got a top lawyer to represent him. Vance did meet the lawyer, not knowing who hired him. When he found out it was Abby, he thanked the lawyer and sent him away. Next, a man Vance knew by name and reputation but had never met visited him. As that visitor was leaving, a woman showed up. She walked in like she owned the place. To Vance, this was proof she was behind all his problems. When she arrived, she noticed Victor Mansfield, a major rival, leaving. This concerned her. "Hello, Vance. Long time no see. But before we talk, I need to know why Victor was here." "Oh, you mean the guy that just left?" "Yes, Victor Mansfield," she confirmed. "He said he could make all the charges against me vanish if I did him a favor." "What favor?" she asked. "He wanted me to say there are no safety checks at DFB and that employees often steal clients' money for themselves." Shocked, she asked, "Are you going to accept his offer?" "No," Vance said firmly. "What did you say to Victor?" she continued. "I told him to go to hell. I said I'd rather do time for being falsely accused than lie and ruin the company's good name." He spoke with determination. She was confused. He claimed to be wrongly accused, yet he refused an easy way out. This didn't match what she first thought about him. "Thank you for that, Mr. Rail. Few people surprise me like you just did. But you don't seem happy to see me." "Why should I be? I know why you're here. You came to rub it in my face after saying I would fail." "Rub it in? No way. You almost convinced me. And then you do something like this. I just want to know why. Why did you steal that money when you were so close to finishing your internship? I needed to hear it from you." He looked her in the eyes and said, "Look, miss, whatever your name is, for the 100th time, I didn't steal or try to steal even a penny from DFB or anyone else. It's just not true, and one day the truth will come out. When it does, you'll owe me an apology. Remember that." She took a deep breath, sat down, and opened her briefcase. She showed him a bank account in his name with a balance of $200,000. "So, how do you explain this, Mr. Rail?" Vance looked at the document and tossed it on the table. "This is not mine. I never opened an account at that bank." "Then how do you explain this document? Is that your signature or not?" She showed him another paper, the account application with his signature at the bottom. He looked it over, searching for signs of forgery, but found none. "This is my signature. I can't deny that. But I never applied to open this account. I can't explain how—" He stopped, noticing the date. He knew he'd been framed, and his future now seemed darker than ever. "I stand corrected. That is my signature. And I did sign that document, but I didn't know what it was at the time," he admitted. "So you admit it then?" she pressed. "I admit to signing, but I didn't know what I was signing." "How is that possible, Mr. Rail?" "Abby, my wife, and I had just gone through a tough time. It was April Fool's Day, the same date as on this application. Abby told me we needed to sign new health insurance forms because a new company was taking over DFB policies. I was in a rush to get to work, so I quickly signed where she indicated. This form must have been mixed in with those insurance forms. I'll give you points for creativity, Mr. Rail, but we haven't changed our insurance provider in over 5 years, and there's no plan to. I think you just made that story up." Feeling defeated, he said, "You're just like everyone else, including my wife, using me as a scapegoat to hide their own crimes. Does it show when the money was moved and from which computer?" he asked. "I had our IT team look into it, and the evidence is just as bad," she replied. "How so?" he asked. The electronic records show the transaction happened at 10:07 p.m. Tuesday night, the night before you got arrested. It was made from your work computer using your company login ID, betrayal 801. Also, since you started working at DFB, there hasn't been a single investment transaction under your ID. It looks like you've just been wasting time during your internship. Betrayal 801? What is that? It's your unique login ID for our computer systems to track your work, Mr. Rail. You got it during your 2-week training. What are you talking about? That's not my ID. My training was only 45 minutes, and I've never been given a login ID. I used a backdoor ID I saw Stan use during the short demo he gave me. No one gave me any login access or 2 weeks of training, he explained. That's a very creative story, Mr. Rail. The records show you got that ID on August 2nd, your second day of work. Are you saying you've been using another ID? Why would you do that? To take credit for someone else's work? I don't know who else might be using that backdoor ID, but I've used it a lot since I started with great success, he said proudly. Is that so? What is the login ID you've been using, Mr. Rail? Hidden Treasure ACR. If you check, you'll see the thousands of transactions I've done to make money for our clients and DFB. Who told you that? Where did you learn that? She demanded. I didn't mean to upset you. I saw Stan use it in the demo he gave me, and since I didn't get any other ID, I used that one. Sorry if using it bothers you, he said. Her face twisted in confusion. No one is supposed to use that ID. I don't know how you got it, but I will find out if you're lying. I'll check this for sure. Just ask my boss, Albert Eddings. His office is across the hall from mine. He can confirm I never got a login ID. That's not possible. Albert isn't your boss. You were supposed to work under Steve Crenshaw from day one. How do you know Albert anyway? Not many people in the company even know his name. Ma'am, I'm sure you're trying to help, but you don't know what you're talking about. You need to get your facts straight. I started work on August 1st and called Steve Crenshaw. He told me Albert would be my boss. Albert gave my wife and me a tour of operations. I've been working near him since day one. Check it out if you don't believe me. You are either the best liar I've ever met or a big victim. I'm afraid to find out which. I have one more question. Your starting salary was $150,000. Why would you steal $200,000 with just 3 months left in your internship? Didn't you know you would be billed for your education if you quit or got fired before the year was up? Why did you do it? Vance laughed uncontrollably, making her even angrier. Lady, you don't have a clue. My salary is only $50,000 a year, just $50,000. My wife makes the big bucks. She started 2 days after me as a PA for the VPs upstairs. They started her at $75,000. 3 months later, she got a raise to $87,500. 6 months in, she got another raise and now makes $100,000. Double what I make. I have a master's degree in finance and she has a bachelor's in accounting, but she makes twice my salary. I just don't get it. It has caused problems in our marriage, and she looks down on me now. The only good thing from all this is that I'll get my divorce. Only $50,000? Your wife works at DFB? A divorce? That's right. And mine isn't the only one. Everyone at work now knows about the 5 VPs who are getting a divorce. Why don't you fill me in since we're in fantasy land now? Not that it matters because you can't do anything about it, but I'll tell you. My dear wife, Abby, has been involved with at least 5 of the 6 VPs upstairs. I can prove it with video evidence. Steve Crenshaw, Frank Sutton, Bernard Ledbetter, Craig Barstow, and Philip Harmon, along with another guy, were all part of it. I sent a copy of the video to the wives of all 5 of them. I bet some of them are thinking about divorces already. I don't know who the 6th guy is, but if I see him shirtless again, I'll find out. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Where do you come up with this stuff? Do you just make it up? It's unbelievable. You should write storybooks because your imagination is wild. I haven't heard anything about divorces among the VPs. Why are you making this up? Making it up? Ask their wives or ask my lawyer, Taylor, on Lauren's Beloved. They have a copy of the DVD. I have another copy in my hotel room at the Brighton. Plus, my laptop has the original files. My phone has the links to the cloud where I downloaded them. Don't just believe me. Check it out if you don't trust me. Yes, I will, Mr. Rail. Not that you know much because you seem clueless, but what kind of account did I allegedly transfer the large amount from? It was from a secret account in the name of DFB. A secret account? And who knows the account number for that secret account? The board members, the executive VPs, and the accounting staff. Why? Have you ever wondered how I knew about it? And more than that, how did I get the account number? And the main thing is this: why would I, a Harvard graduate with a master's degree, be so dumb to transfer a big amount like that and leave it untouched? A third grader could track that money. Why would I make such a huge mistake? Does that make sense? Why didn't I move some of it, or spend it, or invest it? Why would I do it in a way that I'd get caught? The blonde woman had no answer to that. Then she asked, "This sixth man you mentioned, you said you could identify him with his shirt off. How?" "Oh, him. He never faced the camera, so I can't identify him that way. I never saw his face, but he did have a cool tattoo on the right side of his lower back. It was a tattoo of an anchor with a snake around it. It would have looked cool to me if he hadn't been with my wife." The blonde woman quickly gathered her things and ran from the room without another word. I guess she couldn't handle the truth, thought Vance. What's the old saying? The truth will set you free. Well, in his case, the truth had landed him in jail, and things looked bad for him. Vance was taken back to his cell, where he listened to a Martina McBride song, holding on to the smallest hope. His court-appointed lawyer said his case wouldn't be heard for another 8 weeks. He couldn't explain the delay. It was just Vance's bad luck. One day turned into 3, then 5, then a week since the blonde woman last showed up. She had caused nothing but pain and trouble. Vance hoped his benefactor would show up. He remembered she said she had connections at DFB, and maybe those connections could find out what was really going on. His jailer showed up and took him to the front. He thought it might be an unscheduled visit from his lawyer. He was led to a small window and told to sign a form. Once signed, the woman behind the window gave him all his stuff from when he was arrested. Confused, he asked what was going on. He was told he was being released. "Did someone post my bail? If my wife did it, I'll just stay inside," Vance said. "No, sir. No bail. You're a free man. All charges have been dropped and your name has been cleared." "Good luck, sir. No hard feelings," the man said, extending his hand. "But I don't know where to go. My hotel room was probably cleared out long ago, and I refuse to go back to my wife," Vance exclaimed. "Your ride is already here, sir, waiting outside, right this way." He opened the door to freedom. Vance took a deep breath, feeling free at last. "Excuse me, Mr. Rail, we've been waiting for you." "Your ride is right over here," a big man said, pointing to a limo. Vance panicked. He thought this was a setup by Steve or his men to take him away. He felt he had no choice but to run. He sprinted away with all his might. As soon as Vance started running, he heard the big man say, "Oh no!" and chase after him. At the same time, the limo drove off fast, trying to block his escape. Vance thought he could outrun the big man, who was heavier and might not be as fast. He was wrong. Vance didn't know the big man had been a running back in football and knew how to run. Vance was caught in under a block, and the limo showed up just as he was grabbed from behind. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Rail. We mean you no harm, I swear. It is our job to make sure nothing happens to you. We could lose our jobs if we don't get you to the meeting." "Meeting? What meeting? I don't know about any meeting. Who am I supposed to meet?" "Sir, I don't know everyone who will be there. Our job is to take you there safely and protect you. Listen, I respect your job, but there are dangerous people who want to hurt me. For all I know, you could be taking me to them." "It's not like that, Mr. Rail. Trust me. If you didn't want to come with us, I have a message to give you." "What message?" "It sounds strange, Mr. Rail, but here it is. You are the ashtray, Mr. Rail. Solid gold." Vance knew who the message was from right away. It wasn't a threat. This made him decide to go with them. He was curious about what would happen next. He knew he was free from all charges. What could this be about? They walked with him through the lobby of DFB. People stared at him because his crime was all over the news. No one stopped them or spoke to them. Vance thought no one wanted to mess with his 2 strong escorts. They had a special key for the elevator to reach the 42nd floor. Vance hadn't been there before. The lobby was fancy, but the boardroom was even more impressive. In the room, a blonde woman stood with 2 men on her left and another on her right. His bodyguard stood nearby with their hands folded. "Welcome, Mr. Rail," she said. "Thanks for joining us at Davenport Financial Services and Banking. Some people you'll meet today might be familiar, others not. I'll introduce them as needed. But first, I want to tell you a true story. This is a special board meeting, and it is being recorded, so everything said and done here is on record. She looked Vance in the eye, and he nodded. Thank you, Mr. Rail. 23 years ago, Conrad Davenport, founder and CEO of this company, was married to Lucille Davenport. They had 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl. Their kids were in junior high when Conrad and Lucille had problems in their marriage. Conrad worked a lot and was rarely home. This distance grew between them. Lucille missed him and asked him to spend more time with the family before their 14th anniversary. Conrad decided to fix things and planned a 2-week cruise as a surprise. But 3 days before the cruise, Conrad got pictures of Lucille with another man who worked for him. That man was fired immediately. Lucille felt very guilty and begged Conrad to still take her on the cruise to heal their relationship. But Conrad was hurt and went alone. On the cruise, he met Gabriela Ruiz, a lively Latin American woman. They quickly became close, but at the end of the voyage, Gabriela had to go home. Conrad returned to trying to forgive Lucille. They saw a marriage counselor. Then Gabriela told Conrad she was pregnant. He promised to be there for her and the baby. But Gabriela's wealthy family didn't like Conrad. They told her not to see him again. Gabriela couldn't leave her family, so Conrad went back to Lucille. When Lucille found out about the pregnancy, she filed for divorce. Conrad gave her a fair settlement, keeping only the company. His family, being Catholic, was against abortion, so she had the baby. They wanted nothing to do with the baby and made her give it up for adoption. Using their money and power, they hid the birth and adoption records so well that they were sure nobody would ever link the baby to the Ruiz family. Conrad was heartbroken to learn later that the child was gone and felt that God was punishing him. He tried very hard to find the child, but never did. The Ruiz lawyers blocked every attempt to get information, so he never found the baby. The only thing Gabriela told Conrad was the name she gave the baby at birth. Antonio Conrad Ruiz, named after her grandfather and Conrad. Lucille became bitter and blamed Conrad for their marriage falling apart. She spent all her energy making him miserable and tried to turn their 3 children against him. Because of this, the children's lives were filled with anger from their mother, who wanted them to cut ties with their father. Their happy lives turned into misery, and they blamed the newborn baby for their troubles. They believed that if the baby had not been born, their parents would have stayed together and been happy again. So the 3 children understandably hated the baby. They saw it as a curse and the reason for their unhappy childhood. When they got to high school, they could no longer stand their mother, so they left her and went to live with their father. He loved them and did his best, but he couldn't undo the past. The damage was done. Those children spent many years in therapy to learn to focus on the good things in life. Conrad died 10 years ago from a heart attack. His 3 children were adults by then, but it was still very hard for them. At the time of his death, Davenport Financial Services and Banking had investments worth over $300 billion and a net worth of $25 million. However, he wanted his legacy to be divided equally among all his children, all 4 of them, including the baby. The assets have been held in trust since then. His will said that the hidden child should be found and given every chance for success, with the best education and an opportunity to join the firm if he wanted to. After Conrad's death, DFB hired many private investigators and the best lawyers in the country. They paid off a lot of judges and agency heads to find out who this child was. $7.5 million later, they finally found a strong lead. When you were 14 years old, I took the water bottle you drank from, ran your DNA against Conrad's, and found out that you are that child. You are Conrad's lost son, his hidden treasure. You were born Antonio Conrad Ruiz, but your adoptive parents gave you a new name. My name is Camille Davenport Redford. Conrad Davenport was my father. He was also the father of my younger brothers, Damon and Eric Davenport, who are sitting next to me. And now the 3 of us have found our half-brother, you. That can't be true, Vance blurted. My parents would have told me, he said loudly. It is true, and we invite you to do your own DNA test if you want, Vance. Your adoptive parents are wonderful people. They gave you a loving home when your birth mother had to give you up. I was actually jealous of how warm and loving your home was. And in case you haven't figured it out yet, your benefactor is your biological father. Conrad Davenport. Mixed feelings flooded his mind as he took in everything he had just heard. Everything he thought he knew about his life had just been turned upside down. Tears ran down his face. Tears of confusion, loss, bewilderment, and uncertainty. He didn't know what to think. "So, what happens now?" Vance stuttered. "First things first, Vance," Camille said. The three siblings walked over to him. Camille gave him a big hug that surprised him. For the first time, he felt a special connection to her. Damon and Eric shook his hand, and Camille kissed his cheek before the three of them went back to their seats. Besides us three Davenports, the man seated to my right is Warren Benson, the trustee over the company, our father's will and estate, and our father's closest friend. He is here to make sure that everything done today follows the trust and our father's will, making sure all the details are correct. Warren smiled and nodded. The board also has 6 vice presidents who are not here today, for reasons I will explain soon. You asked what happens now? Well, now we are going to get some clear answers to some direct questions and reveal some things that have been hidden until recently. I do have one question, Camille, if I may call you that. Of course, Vance. You've earned the right in many ways. What's your question? I've worked here for about 9 months, and until you visited me in jail, I never saw you around here. Not in the elevator, cafeteria, or parking lot. Nowhere. That's right, Vance. DFB opened a new branch in Asia last year, and I've been there all this time helping to set it up. However, I have been getting regular updates about what has been going on here while I've been away. What brought me back at that moment is now clear, Camille said. I understand, Vance murmured. If you're ready, Vance, Camille continued, I want to begin clearing things up so we can settle this matter quickly. Our first task is to look into the embezzlement charges against you. Terrence, could you ask the district attorney to join us if he has arrived? One of the security guards nodded and stepped out. He returned shortly with a well-dressed man. Vance Rail, this is District Attorney Mark Settlemeyer. He's here to help clear up some recent issues. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Mark nodded and took a seat at the long table. Terrence, please ask Gene Tuttle and Byron Bailiff to join us. Both men came in after being introduced to Vance. Camille was clearly in charge. Byron, thank you for coming. What's your position here, and how long have you worked for us? I am a senior IT designer consultant, and I've been here for 10 years. Thanks, Byron. Can you tell us about a transfer of $200,000 into Vance Rail's personal bank account on Tuesday, May 7th? Byron handed out copies of a document which Camille passed around the table. These are records I've compiled to document that transaction. They show that at 10:08 p.m., someone used Mr. Rail's work computer to make the transfer. Vance Rail's Logan ID to transfer $200,000 into his personal account. Thank you. Byron, do you have an answer to the other question I asked you to look into? Camille asked. Yes, ma'am, he replied. I checked every use of Mr. Rail's Logan ID from August 1st of last year up to today. This transfer is the only time that ID was used. Thank you, Byron. Please stay. I may have more questions for you. Yes, ma'am, Byron agreed. Gene, thank you for coming as well. What's your position here, and how long have you worked for us? I'm Gene Tuttle, Chief of Security here for 17 years. Thanks, Gene. Can you tell us about the security search I requested for around 10 p.m. on Tuesday night, May 7th? Gene handed over some documents. These are the records of ID badge use for building entry. And what time did Mr. Rail enter the building that night? He didn't. A thorough search showed Mr. Rail never entered the building that day. I also reviewed video footage, and he was not seen entering or exiting DFB on May 7th. I see. Thank you, Gene. Can you tell us who did enter the building around 10 p.m. that night? Yes, ma'am. At 10:02, Vice President Steve Crenshaw used his badge to enter the building, and video confirms this. No one else entered for over an hour before or after Mr. Crenshaw left the building at exactly 10:21. Thank you, Gene. That's all for now, but please wait outside. Of course, ma'am, Gene said as he left the room. Byron, how many people had access to Mr. Rail's Logan ID? I cannot say for sure, ma'am. How many people are certain to have known it? 1. Steve Crenshaw sent me an official request to create Mr. Rail's Logan ID and said he would give it to Mr. Rail himself. Camille then turned to the DA. Well, Mark, You convinced me to drop all charges against Mr. Rail earlier. Now I think we can make a strong case against Mr. Crenshaw for embezzlement. But why would a vice president frame an entry-level employee? Mark asked. Motive? Camille echoed. Let's see if we can find out. Mr. Rael? Yes, Vance replied. Can you tell the DA if there's a reason Mr. Crenshaw might want to frame you? I believe so, Vance confirmed. My wife, Abby Rael, started working here as a personal assistant to the VP soon after me. She was well paid. I discovered an affair between her and Mr. Crenshaw. I shared evidence of this with his wife. I think Mr. Crenshaw's actions may be a result of that. Mark Settlemeyer nodded thoughtfully. That gives us a reason. Thank you, Mr. Rail. This clarifies a lot. Crenshaw was coming after me and tried to set me up as payback, Vance explained. Camille turned to Mark again. I've heard enough, Mark said. He picked up his phone. Yes, this is DA Mark Settlemeyer. I need a police car at DFB as soon as possible. 15 minutes? Great. Mark, can I ask Gene, our security chief, to bring a couple of men and hold Mr. Crenshaw until your officers arrive? He might cause trouble when we ask him to pack up his things. Also, I want it on record that if Mr. Crenshaw is found guilty of stealing $200,000 from DFB, he should be fired right away. Does everyone agree? Camille asked. Damon and Eric both nodded. Let the record show. Everyone agrees. Is that proper protocol? Warren, the trustee, nodded. The DA and security chiefs smiled as they left the room. Vance then said, Thank you, Camille. You've done a great job. I appreciate all you've done to figure this out. She smiled. We're not done yet, she said. We've made a start, but there's still more to uncover. Can you stay with me a bit longer, Vance? There are a few more details I'd like to clear up while we keep looking for facts. Of course, I'm still trying to take in everything I've learned so far. Camille turned to Terrence. Can you please ask David Redding and Stan Mahaffey to join us? Terrence nodded and soon came back with the two men who looked confused about why they were called. Thank you for your time this morning. We'll let you get back to work soon after answering a few questions. Let's start with you, David. What do you do at DFB? I manage a group of accounts. Quite a mixed bunch, he replied. Thank you, David. Does Albert Eddings work under you? Yes, ma'am. He's one of several people I supervise. He manages a lot of client accounts. Have you seen any change in Albert's work since August last year? Looking nervous, he answered, Yes, ma'am, a big change. 3/4 of his client accounts went from being unprofitable to doing really well. Albert got big raises because of it. I see, she continued. And were all these improvements recorded under Albert's log ID? David looked down at the table. No, ma'am. I didn't check it first. They were all his accounts after all. But when you asked me to look into the logs, I found that none of the transactions were under Albert's login. He took credit for them, though. Did you find out which login ID was used? Yes, ma'am. Hidden Treasure ECR was the ID used for every transaction. No other ID was used. Did you notice anything unusual about the transactions? Yes, ma'am. They were very clever, using different financial tools in a unique way. I showed them to Stan Mahaffey for his review. Thank you, David. You may go now. Stan, what did you think of the transaction records David showed you? Like he said, Mrs. Redford, I've never seen such smart use of tactics to make money for both the client and DFB. They were so impressive that I added them to our investment strategy programs right away for everyone to use. Would you say these tactics have helped improve performance at DFB? Yes, ma'am. Profits have gone up 12 to 15% already this year, and there is still room for more growth. Do you know who used the Hidden Treasure ID to make these transactions? I have my guesses, ma'am, but I can't say for sure, he replied. Can you explain how the Hidden Treasure ID was created? Yes, ma'am. Conrad Davenport added it as a backdoor to the system, like a master password. He tried very hard to find the child, but never did. The Ruiz lawyers blocked every attempt to get information, so he never found the baby. The only thing Gabriella told Conrad was the name she gave the baby at birth, Antonio Conrad Ruiz, named after her grandfather and Conrad. Lucille became bitter and blamed Conrad for their marriage falling apart. She spent all her energy making him miserable and tried to turn their 3 children against him. Because of this, the children's lives were filled with anger from their mother, who wanted them to cut ties with their father. Their happy lives turned into misery, and they blamed the newborn baby for their troubles. They believed that if the baby had not been born, their parents would have stayed together and been happy again. So the three children understandably hated the baby. They saw it as a curse and the reason for their unhappy childhood. When they got to high school, they could no longer stand their mother. So they left her and went to live with their father. He loved them and did his best, but he couldn't undo the past. The damage was done. Those children spent many years in therapy to learn to focus on the good things in life. Conrad died 10 years ago from a heart attack. His three children were adults by then, but it was still very hard for them. At the time of his death, Davenport Financial Services and Banking had investments worth over $300 billion and a net worth of $25 million. However, he wanted his legacy to be divided equally among all his children, all four of them, including the baby. The assets have been held in trust since then. His will said that the hidden child should be found and given every chance for success, with the best education and an opportunity to join the firm if he wanted to. After Conrad's death, DFB hired many private investigators and the best lawyers in the country. They paid off a lot of judges and agency heads to find out who this child was. $7.5 million later, they finally found a strong lead. When you were 14 years old, I took the water bottle you drank from, ran your DNA against Conrad's, and found out that you are that child. You are Conrad's lost son, his hidden treasure. You were born Antonio Conrad Ruiz, but your adoptive parents gave you a new name. My name is Camille Davenport Redford. Conrad Davenport was my father. He was also the father of my younger brothers, Damon and Eric Davenport, who are sitting next to me, and now the three of us have found our half-brother, you. That can't be true, Vance blurted. My parents would have told me, he said loudly. It is true, and we invite you to do your own DNA test if you want, Vance. Your adoptive parents are wonderful people. They gave you a loving home when your birth mother had to give you up. I was actually jealous of how warm and loving your home was, and in case you haven't figured it out yet, your benefactor is your biological father, Conrad Davenport. Mixed feelings flooded his mind as he took in everything he had just heard. Everything he thought he knew about his life had just been turned upside down. Tears ran down his face. Tears of confusion, loss, bewilderment, and uncertainty. He didn't know what to think. So, what happens now? Vance stuttered. First things first, Vance, Camille said. The three siblings walked over to him. Camille gave him a big hug that surprised him. For the first time, he felt a special connection to her. Damon and Eric shook his hand, and Camille kissed his cheek before the three of them went back to their seats. Besides us three Davenports, the man seated to my right is Warren Benson, the trustee over the company, our father's will and estate, and our father's closest friend. He is here to make sure that everything done today follows the trust and our father's will, making sure all the details are correct. Warren smiled and nodded. The board also has 6 vice presidents who are not here today, for reasons I will explain soon. You asked what happens now. Well, now we are going to get some clear answers to some direct questions and reveal some things that have been hidden until recently. I do have one question, Camille, if I may call you that. Of course, Vance. You've earned the right in many ways. What's your question? I've worked here for about 9 months, and until you visited me in jail, I never saw you around here. Not in the elevator, cafeteria, or parking lot. Nowhere. That's right, Vance. DFB opened a new branch in Asia last year, and I've been there all this time, helping to set it up. However, I have been getting regular updates about what has been going on here while I've been away. What brought me back at that moment is now clear, Camille said. I understand, Vance murmured. If you're ready, Vance, Camille continued. I want to begin clearing things up so we can settle this matter quickly. Our first task is to look into the embezzlement charges against you. Terrence, could you ask the district attorney to join us if he has arrived? One of the security guards nodded and stepped out. He returned shortly with a well-dressed man. Vance Rail, this is District Attorney Mark Settelmeyer. He's here to help clear up some recent issues. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Mark nodded and took a seat at the long table. Terrence, please ask Gene Tuttle and Byron Bailiff to join us. Both men came in after being introduced to Vance. Camille was clearly in charge. Byron, thank you for coming. What's your position here? And how long have you worked for us? I am a senior IT designer consultant, and I've been here for 10 years. Thanks, Byron. Can you tell us about a transfer of $200,000 into Vance Rail's personal bank account on Tuesday, May 7th? Byron handed out copies of a document, which Camille passed around the table. These are records I've compiled to document that transaction. They show that at 10:08 p.m., someone used Mr. Rail's work computer to make the transfer. I want you to know that VP Steve Crenshaw has been arrested and charged with a serious crime, so he is no longer a threat to anyone, especially you, Camille began. We are trying to uncover some important truths today, and we have already learned a lot. I believe that you know some things that could help us get to the bottom of a few more facts. This meeting is being recorded, and everything said will be kept forever. If anyone lies to protect themselves or someone else, it will come out, and there will be consequences. Still, Carolyn, I trust you as an honest person, and we are counting on you today. Thank you, Mrs. Redford. I'll do my best to answer your questions, Carolyn replied. Carolyn, I've heard that Abby Rael, who works with you, has been taken advantage of by some staff members at DFB. Do you believe this is true? Yes, ma'am, I do. Can you explain how and when this started? Yes, ma'am. Last year in mid-November, 6 executive vice presidents, 2 personal assistants, including Abby and myself, went to a team-building retreat in San Francisco. I've worked with these guys for so long that they don't always notice if I overhear them talking about things they wouldn't want me to know. While we were there, I overheard Steve telling others that he got Abby drunk by giving her alcohol and then put a drug called ecstasy in her drinks. He used this to lower her defenses and took advantage of her. He said they took a video and used it to blackmail her to continue seeing them. Vance crossed his arms, clearly upset. He remembered that time vividly and thought Carolyn's story explained Abby's change in behavior after the retreat. Anger was clear on his face. Have you seen any videos like that, Carolyn? No, ma'am. I only overheard the conversation. Do you think this was Abby's only involvement with others at DFB? No, ma'am. Over the months, I've heard 5 out of the 6 VPs talking about their times with her, usually when she was working late or on weekends. I think they were blackmailing her to keep seeing them. Did Abby ever tell you about these encounters herself? No, ma'am. She may have been too embarrassed or afraid. I might accidentally tell her husband, but she often talked to me about how much she loved him. You say 5 of the 6 VPs were involved. Who was not? Walter Kinley. I never heard any talk about him with her. I've known Walter for many years, and he is a man of great character. He goes to church and teaches Sunday school. The other VPs seem to keep their distance from him, probably because he is very honest. I don't think it has anything to do with him being African American. Thank you, Carolyn. Are you aware of an incident involving Abby and several VPs that took place on Friday, May 3rd of this year? Yes, ma'am. Can you tell us what you heard about that day? Yes, ma'am. The guys spoke freely around me since I had never told on them before. They didn't speak directly to me, but they didn't hide their conversations when I was there, unless Walter was around. Go on, please. Ma'am, this part is unpleasant, but I'll tell you what I know. Abby wanted to stop their blackmail. They were using her regularly. I heard her begging for release. Steve told her they would give her the embarrassing video to destroy if she agreed to one last night with them. She had to take fertility pills to prepare. Each man would be with her without protection 3 times to see who could get her pregnant. They each put $250,000 into a pool, making $1.5 million total. The man who got her pregnant would win $1 million, and Abby would get the remaining $500,000 to take care of the child. If her husband Vance got her pregnant, she would keep the entire $1.5 million. So each of the 6 men took turns with her that night. That's quite a story, Carolyn, but I see a problem, Camille said. You mentioned only 5 VPs were involved, yet $1.5 million requires 6 contributors. What did I miss? Carolyn looked nervous. Well, you see, in the video... A loud voice cut her off. Just a minute, Damon exclaimed. We've all heard about some mysterious video that only Vance and his lawyer claim to have seen. This has gone on long enough. Everything Carolyn talked about today is just gossip. No court would accept her stories as real proof. Vance's hotel room was checked, and there was no video. His laptop was clean. His lawyer was asked to show her copy, but no video there either. They searched everywhere and found nothing. Some even said Vance sent a copy of the video to himself at work. But where is this video? No one has seen it. There were even silly rumors that the vice president's wives got copies of the video. Has any wife shown one? No. Sure, Steve did wrong with the stealing and should face the consequences, but blaming 5 of the 6 respectable vice presidents in our company isn't right. This nonsense needs to end now. Vance looked worried. He thought about what happened to all the videos. Did someone take and destroy them? Warren spoke up. Camille, I respect you a lot, but guessing isn't enough to make these serious accusations. I must agree with Damon, unless you have more proof than just hearsay. Warren, Damon, I understand your concerns. If you give me a little more time, I think you'll see it was worth it. If you still think I have wrongly accused anyone after my questions to Carolyn, I will apologize to them personally and in writing. Okay, Camille, Warren said, but let's not waste too much time, all right? Thank you, Camille replied. Damon has a point, Carolyn. I also heard that 5 of the wives got videos showing their husbands' affairs, but none of the wives are showing them. What do you know about that? I heard Steve talk about it with the others. The only way they kept their wives quiet was by giving them everything they wanted in the divorce. *** simplified version. ***. He tried very hard to find the child, but never did. The Ruiz lawyers blocked every attempt to get information, so he never found the baby. The only thing Gabriela told Conrad was the name she gave the baby at birth. Antonio Conrad Ruiz, named after her grandfather and Conrad. Lucille became bitter and blamed Conrad for their marriage falling apart. She spent all her energy making him miserable and tried to turn their 3 children against him. Because of this, the children's lives were filled with anger from their mother, who wanted them to cut ties with their father. Their happy lives turned into misery, and they blamed the newborn baby for their troubles. They believed that if the baby had not been born, their parents would have stayed together and been happy again. So the 3 children understandably hated the baby. They saw it as a curse and the reason for their unhappy childhood. When they got to high school, they could no longer stand their mother, so they left her and went to live with their father. He loved them and did his best, but he couldn't undo the past. The damage was done. Those children spent many years in therapy to learn to focus on the good things in life. Conrad died 10 years ago from a heart attack. His 3 children were adults by then, but it was still very hard for them. At the time of his death, Davenport Financial Services and Banking had investments worth over $300 billion and a net worth of $25 million. However, he wanted his legacy to be divided equally among all his children, all 4 of them, including the baby. The assets have been held in trust since then. His will said that the hidden child should be found and given every chance for success, with the best education and an opportunity to join the firm if he wanted to. After Conrad's death, DFB hired many private investigators and the best lawyers in the country. They paid off a lot of judges and agency heads to find out who this child was. $7.5 million later, they finally found a strong lead. When you were 14 years old, I took the water bottle you drank from, ran your DNA against Conrad's, and found out that you are that child. You are Conrad's lost son, his hidden treasure. You were born Antonio Conrad Ruiz, but your adoptive parents gave you a new name. My name is Camille Davenport Redford. Conrad Davenport was my father. He was also the father of my younger brothers, Damon and Eric Davenport, who are sitting next to me. And now the 3 of us have found our half-brother, you. That can't be true, Vance blurted. My parents would have told me, he said loudly. It is true, and we invite you to do your own DNA test if you want, Vance. Your adoptive parents are wonderful people. They gave you a loving home when your birth mother had to give you up. I was actually jealous of how warm and loving your home was. And in case you haven't figured it out yet, your benefactor is your biological father, Conrad Davenport. Mixed feelings flooded his mind as he took in everything he had just heard. Everything he thought he knew about his life had just been turned upside down. Tears ran down his face, tears of confusion, loss, bewilderment, and uncertainty. He didn't know what to think. So, what happens now? Vance stuttered. First things first, Vance, Camille said. The 3 siblings walked over to him. Camille gave him a big hug that surprised him. For the first time, he felt a special connection to her. Damon and Eric shook his hand and Camille kissed his cheek before the three of them went back to their seats. Besides us three Davenports, the man seated to my right is Warren Benson, the trustee over the company, our father's will and estate, and our father's closest friend. He is here to make sure that everything done today follows the trust and our father's will, making sure all the details are correct. Warren smiled and nodded. The board also has 6 vice presidents who are not here today, for reasons I will explain soon. You asked what happens now? Well, now we are going to get some clear answers to some direct questions and reveal some things that have been hidden until recently. I do have one question, Camille, if I may call you that. Of course, Vance. You've earned the right in many ways. What's your question? I've worked here for about 9 months, and until you visited me in jail, I never saw you around here. Not in the elevator, cafeteria, or parking lot. Nowhere. That's right, Vance. DFB opened a new branch in Asia last year, and I've been there all this time helping to set it up. However, I have been getting regular updates about what has been going on here while I've been away. What brought me back at that moment is now clear, Camille said. I understand, Vance murmured. If you're ready, Vance, Camille continued, I want to begin clearing things up so we can settle this matter quickly. Our first task is to look into the embezzlement charges against you. Terrence, could you ask the district attorney to join us if he has arrived? One of the security guards nodded and stepped out. He returned shortly with a well-dressed man. Vance Rail, this is District Attorney Mark Settlemeyer. He's here to help clear up some recent issues. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Mark nodded and took a seat at the long table. Terrence, please ask Gene Tuttle and Byron Bailiff to join us. Both men came in after being introduced to Vance. Camille was clearly in charge. Byron, thank you for coming. What's your position here, and how long have you worked for us? I am a senior IT designer consultant, and I've been here for 10 years. Thanks, Byron. Can you tell us about a transfer of $200,000 into Vance Rail's personal bank account on Tuesday, May 7th? Byron handed out copies of a document, which Camille passed around the table. These are records I've compiled to document that transaction. They show that at 10:08 p.m., someone used Mr. Rail's work computer to make the transfer. He was happy, but also had to deal with the pain of his wife's betrayal again. Vance said, I don't know what to say. My life has turned upside down, even my identity, but I have mixed feelings. I really want to get to know my new half-sister and brother. This new journey will change my life completely. Inheriting part of this company is an honor I hope to live up to. It was a big surprise. Now I see how my wife got involved with powerful men here. But she never told me about it from the start. If she had, things might have been different. But that's in the past now. I'd already filed for divorce before knowing all this. I don't want her to take half of my new inheritance when we split. Can I keep working as I have been and not tell Abby until our divorce is done? Camille and Eric looked at Warren. Vance can't officially be offered his 1/3 share until August 1st at the earliest. There's nothing saying that date must be adhered to. If you both agree, he can accept in writing any time after that date. Until then, he can work in any position he currently holds. Eric and Camille nodded in agreement. All right, Vance. You take the time you need to settle things. Just let us know when you're ready, and we'll handle the formal stuff. Until then, you can stay an employee here and choose any job you want. Vance decided. I'll stay in my current job for now so I don't raise any red flags. Abby still thinks she makes double my salary, so she won't ask for alimony. Vance, you know Abby will be fired, right? Not only because she helped frame you, but also because she had affairs with multiple men here. She signed the same no-dating co-workers rule that you did, Camille said. Yeah, I know, but if she loses her job before our divorce is done, she'll sue me for alimony. And what about the men she was with? What happens to them? They will be fired too, now that we have video proof of their actions, Eric answered. Can we delay their firing too? If they lose their jobs and she doesn't, they might claim gender bias and sue the company, Vance suggested. Good point, Eric commented. We could wait until the divorce is finalized, let them think they're safe, and then fire them all at once. Camille added, I can agree to that as long as they're kept in check. Maybe we can give them busy work so they're not causing more trouble until we let them go. Vance looked at his half-siblings. Do our parents know any of this yet? No, Vance, Camille replied. They're good people, and it's up to you to tell them. But once you sign the papers, everyone will know. I'll tell them when the time is right. Does anyone know where my things from the hotel are? While you were in jail, everything was sent to Abby. That's when your video copies went missing, Camille explained. Abby was very upset when you refused her visits at the jail. No surprise there, Vance said sarcastically. I won't go back to the apartment if she's there. I never want to see her again. We have 3 rooms at a hotel across the street, usually for important clients. Why don't you stay in one at no cost until you decide what to do next? Camille offered. Thank you. I may do that, Vance said gratefully. Let's get Carolyn to set you up right away. Do you need cash until you get your things from the apartment? Eric asked. Thanks, but I have enough money from when I was arrested. Just wondering, is Abby at work now? Vance asked. Give me a second, Eric said, making a quick call. Yes, she is. Why? I'll have time to get my things from the apartment while she's at work. There's this ashtray I really like, Vance said with a smile. Have Terrence take you in the limo. It has a large trunk, Camille suggested. Terrence nodded. Vance wanted to stop by the clinic first to get his test results. He was relieved to find out he was clean, though further tests would be needed to confirm everything in the coming months. Abby was very upset without Vance. She begged the jailers to let her visit him, but he refused every time. If only she could talk to him and explain everything. She was sure he would understand at least a little. Then they could try to fix what they once had. Yes, she got Vance to sign those papers without knowing their real purpose, as Steve asked her to do. However, she didn't think they would harm him so badly. That's one reason she desperately wanted to see him. She thought about telling the truth, that Vance was framed by Steve, but she feared what Steve and the others might do to her if she turned against them. And Vance knew not only about the videos, but also gave copies to the VP's wives. Her life had been a mess since she got involved with Steve and the others. The blackmail was awful. She feared losing Vance if he saw the video of her with Steve. So she reluctantly gave in to their demands. Over time, she even started to enjoy the attention from the influential men. She knew the truth would come out eventually, and Vance would leave her. She pressed them to let her go. The final straw was the dubious pregnancy betting lottery. True to his word, Steve gave her all the videos he used to blackmail her after they tried to get her pregnant. But that same night, Vance found out. How he discovered them and made that video remained a mystery. The biggest shock came when the police arrested Steve for a serious crime. Even the DA was there to announce more charges might come. Did they think Vance was working with Steve? Did they think Steve provided the account number so they could split the money? She planned to visit the jail after work to find out, even if Vance wouldn't see her. She was sure Steve would, especially since his wife was divorcing him. Carolyn had been out running special errands for the board today. Maybe she heard something about what was happening. Later that evening, the jailers told her all charges against Vance had been dropped and he was released earlier. This was surprising, but great news. She really wanted to talk to him. Maybe he would be waiting at the apartment since she was already at the jail. She asked to see Steve to find out what he knew. He didn't know Vance had been freed. Learning that worried him more than being suspected of working with Vance. He had arranged for a lawyer but wouldn't see him until the next morning. So Steve couldn't tell her why Vance was released and he was charged. One thing that gave Abby hope was that if Steve went to prison and Vance was free, the chances of any more blackmail were low, and she might have a chance to mend things with Vance. Abby rushed home from her visit with Steve to check if Vance was at the apartment. No Vance, but he had been there. She saw his clothes and toiletries were gone, along with his beloved ashtray. She never understood why he liked it so much, but maybe it had sentimental value. She thought he might have checked into the same hotel again. She should check there. She had important news for him. Vance was soon contacted by Carolyn. She had booked room 1423 at the Luxor Hotel under her son Ethan Graham's name. Ethan got the room key and left it in an envelope for Vance at the front desk. This kept Vance's name off the hotel records. The hotel bill was covered monthly, so no credit card would give him away. Vance appreciated the privacy. The Luxor was much nicer than the rundown place he stayed before. It didn't take long for Vance to settle into the new hotel. Going back to the apartment he shared with Abby to collect his things brought back many memories, good and bad. Unfortunately, the bad outweighed the good. His head was still spinning from the latest events. His half-siblings asked him to dinner, but he declined, saying he needed some time alone. He was relieved to be free, but had faith that the truth would come out. One thing he did know was that he wanted to thank Ethan Graham personally. He planned to repay him for the private investigator at the very least. He found it ironic that he once disliked the fraternity, but now he was thankful for the Brotherhood's help. Conrad Davenport, Vance's real father and mentor, was indeed a smart man. Vance didn't want to sit around all day doing nothing. He went back to work the very next day. He asked for Feldman, who worked with Terrence as a bodyguard. Camille said Terrence did a lot of driving and guarding for them, but they could spare Feldman for as long as Vance needed him. Vance got a comfy chair and put it outside his basement office. Feldman had clear orders. Don't let anyone in to see Vance or even knock on his door without Vance's okay. Feldman was to text Vance the names of anyone wanting to come in and reject them if Vance didn't approve. No matter who they were with the company, of course. Camille and Eric could come in any time they wanted. Albert stayed away from Vance. He knew something serious was up after being called to the boardroom the previous day, and he didn't want to get involved. Abby called Albert to ask if he had seen Vance around. He said he had, but was avoiding him since Vance had been in jail, and he didn't want to get tangled in anything bad. Abby was happy her husband was back at work and called him right away. He didn't answer, so she went to his office. She was surprised to see a big man outside Vance's door, but tried to go in anyway. Feldman stopped her and asked her name and why she was there. He texted Vance, and Vance said no. Abby then went to Frank Sutton, one of the top VPs, and told him Vance was back. Frank, worried about what Vance might say, especially since Vance was the one who almost ruined things with the videos, went to Vance's office himself to talk. Feldman also turned him away. Frank angrily threatened Feldman, saying he'd have him fired if he didn't move. Frank called security and told them to remove Feldman and fire him for disobeying. Security put him on hold for a couple of minutes, then apologized. They said they couldn't do anything about Feldman and he was just doing his job. Frank was confused about how Vance could have a bodyguard and why even a VP couldn't see him. The only thing that made sense was that Vance had just got out of jail. Maybe he could work but needed a bodyguard for protection. Stunned, Frank went back to his office with no answers, only more questions. That night, Vance had dinner at Camille's home. Eric's family was there too. Everyone got introduced. Vance was happy to have new family connections. It was a real bonding moment. Camille apologized a lot for how she had treated him before the boardroom meeting. She and Eric admitted they were wrong and felt bad for misjudging him. They had let him and their father down. A nice surprise for Vance was seeing Carolyn Graham and her husband William. He greeted Carolyn warmly and thanked her for all she had done for him. He looked William in the eye and said, "Take good care of this one, William. She's very special." "Don't I know it?" William replied. Just then Ethan, their son, appeared and Vance recognized him. "Bubbles!" Vance exclaimed, shaking Ethan's hand. "Now I know who you are. When your mom said her son Ethan knew me and wanted to help, I couldn't put a face to the name. I forgot you even had a real name," Vance joked. "Man," Ethan replied, "I was hoping to leave that nickname behind at Harvard. You're the first to call me that in a while." "Bubbles?" asked Carolyn. "I never heard that one. What's the story?" She looked curious. "Can I tell her?" Vance asked Ethan, offering to save him some embarrassment. "Oh, you might as well. She'll bug me till I tell her anyway," Ethan replied. "Well," Vance began, "we were in a study group for a trigonometry course, if I remember right. A girl Ethan dated called him Bubbles, and he got all embarrassed, so we bugged her until she told us why. Apparently, while they were in a bathtub, Ethan passed some gas, and bubbles came up through the soapy water. The smell was so bad it drove her out of the room. Since then, everybody called him Bubbles," Vance recalled with a laugh. Everyone chuckled, trying not to laugh too hard at Ethan's expense. Yeah, I'm used to it. I don't mind my friends knowing that, but I'd rather leave that nickname behind at work," Ethan said. "Ethan, for all you've done for me, I'll call you anything you like," Vance praised. "Ethan will be just fine from now on," he replied. "Ethan it is, then. Oh, by the way," Vance remembered, "I want to pay you back for the private investigator you hired for me. Brother, I have to say, you saved my life." Ethan thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll share the cost with you. You helped me a lot in college with your tips and explanations. I wouldn't have made it through without you. If I let you pay everything, it won't feel right." "Deal," Vance said, though not too happily. "You drive a hard bargain, brother," he added with a smile. After their meal, Eric and Camille asked Vance about meeting Abby. They said if he didn't see her, she might fight the divorce and make things take longer. Vance thought about it and realized they were right. He promised to talk to her on Friday evening. Abby really wanted him to come to the apartment to talk. Vance didn't want to. Instead, he chose a nice public restaurant to avoid too much drama. Abby arrived on time, looking very nice. She hoped to make him feel something for her again. "Thanks for meeting me, Vance. You look good. It's been too long. I'm happy to hear all the charges against you were dropped." "You look great too, Abby. I can see why all the VPs wanted you so much." "That hurts, Vance, and I deserve it. But I don't want to fight. I'm here to say I'm willing to do anything for you to come back home." "Okay, Abby. Let's stop fighting and talk calmly to solve this. Mind if I ask what's with the bodyguard?" "Oh, you've met Feldman. The bosses thought I should have some protection after getting out of jail. They want to make sure nothing bad happens to anyone while I'm at work." "Where are you staying now, Vance? Can you tell me?" "Not right now. Maybe later." "I love you, Vance. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. I was tricked and forced to do things. I was scared to lose you, so I did what they wanted. That night you came to get me was the last time I had anything to do with them. I wanted to be with you alone. Can you forgive me and come back?" "I hear you, Abby, and I believe you, but it's too much for me to get over. I'm sorry, but we're young. We can find new people and start over." "Don't say that, Vance, please. I don't want anyone else. I want you." "It's not just about cheating, Abby. There are other issues." "Like what?" "Well, one big thing was your betrayal and lies. You tricked me into signing fake papers. You made me think it was insurance, but it was a new bank account." Abby cried. "You're right. I hated doing that to you. I didn't know what they were planning." "Then why did you do it?" "Steve said it was just a threat to keep you quiet if you found out. But you didn't wait. You told their wives right away." "Why? So you're on their side?" "No. I'm saying things might be different if you talk to them first." "Did you know all 5 wives filed for divorce?" "I heard. You think I should have talked to them like they talked to me before hurting our marriage?" "There's more than that, Abby." "What else?" "You treated me badly. Did they tell you to do that too? Did they force you to call me a nobody because you earned more money? Did they make you threaten to have me fired?" "I didn't mean those things. I was just frustrated. I wanted us to have a special day together." "It felt real to me. Did you know Steve talked to me after our fight? He told me to make you happy." "I didn't know. He was just looking out for me." "Is that why you told him all our personal stuff?" "Abby, too much has happened. Just sign the divorce papers and let's end this nicely." Abby looked worried. "I'm really sorry, Vance. I'm begging for your forgiveness. I'll do anything. I believe you're sorry, but an apology won't fix us. It's too late." "Honey, there's something else I haven't told you. I wanted to, but you wouldn't see me." Abby took a deep breath and looked straight at Vance. "I needed to tell you this face to face. It's too big to keep secret, no matter how we both feel. I'm pregnant." Vance just stared at her, showing no emotion. "Isn't that great news? We talked about this so much. Having a baby, becoming parents. This could bring us back together. Don't you see? Aren't you going to say something?" "Who's the father?" Vance asked coldly. She beamed. "You are. This is our baby. We'll love and care for it together no matter how it got here. Don't you see? How can it be mine? We haven't been together." "Don't say that. With what we both make, plus a little extra I might get, we can give our baby the best life. Please come home. I know about the PG program you're working on, the paternity gambit program that pays based on who fathers your baby." Abby's tears streamed down her face. She had no good response to that. "Look, Abby, I've read up on it. There's a pregnancy test to find out who the father is. We just need a blood sample from both of us. The results come back in about a week. Here's the appointment card. It's Tuesday at 10 a.m. I've already given my sample. Don't miss it." Abby looked down, feeling small. "But if it's not ours, I mean yours and mine together, how would we know who? If I'm not the father, then I don't care who is. It's your baby, Vance. I just know it." Just don't miss the appointment, Abby. Until then, have a nice weekend." Vance got up and left the restaurant. This wasn't how she pictured their meeting would go after that wild night. She knew if they were to get back together, it all depended on the test results. She hoped Vance was the father. Abby returned to her lonely apartment with tears streaming down her face. It felt empty, devoid of love and excitement. She still had her job and made twice as much as Vance, but her days were joyless without him. There was no one to share her success with or raise the baby with. Abby was relieved to be free from Steve and the others, but at a cost. If the baby was one of theirs, she'd get a big paycheck. But if it was Vance's, she'd get even more. Either way, she knew she would have her baby. Steve had told her all the copies of the video were gone, except for the ones the wives had. They couldn't use them due to divorce terms. Vance's memory was the biggest hurdle, but she believed she could replace bad memories with good ones if he let her. Abby went to the appointment and gave her blood sample. The sooner she knew the truth, the better. Damon Davenport needed to talk with his partners about getting back his place in the company, which his father had meant for him to have. He had a plan to get his job back, but needed help with some details. He wanted the vice presidents to meet at his home to discuss it. They needed to be sneaky and brave, but these were not shy men. During the meeting, some men suggested telling Abby about Vance's upcoming promotion to use her greed to distract him, making her seek reconciliation. Damon said no. He knew that would make her more loyal to Vance. Instead, he had a backup plan. He told them to make Abby feel superior to Vance by reminding her of her achievements compared to his. This way, Vance might get disgusted and quit before his year at the company ended. A young college girl, just 20 years old and very pretty, was hired for a special task. She was quietly brought into the DFB building and given a cart full of snacks to push around. Her job was to approach the man sitting outside office 0037. She walked up to him wearing a blue miniskirt and a blue satin top. She smiled as she moved closer. She said she was new and hadn't made any sales yet. She offered him a free blueberry muffin and a canned drink to try out if he would tell others about her goods. She ate a muffin with him as he accepted her offer. She was being paid $200 to get him to accept a particular muffin, and $500 if he ate it all. She made him laugh and took her time to make sure he finished it. She had no idea why she was doing this, but she was happy to earn the money. When he was done, she walked away and was taken out of the building with her cash. What neither she nor the big man knew was that the muffin had 3 crushed sleeping pills in it. Within 15 minutes, he fell asleep in his chair. After another 45 minutes, 3 men in coveralls showed up with a large cardboard box on a hand truck. One of the men walked to the corner to make sure no one else was coming. Another man put chloroform on a cloth. The third man used a master key to unlock the door to Vance's office while the big man slept. The 2 men rushed into the office and surprised Vance. They quickly tied his arms behind his back and put the chloroform cloth over his mouth until he passed out. Albert, in the office across the hall, heard a noise. Curious, he opened his door a tiny bit and turned off his light so no one would see him. The 2 men put Vance in a fetal position in the box and taped it shut. They then tilted the box back onto the hand truck. Albert saw them looking both ways before leaving Vance's office with the box. Albert heard one of the men whisper, "Hurry, let's get him to the loading dock before anyone sees us. Damon's going to be mad if we're late." They pushed the box down the hall like they were making a regular delivery. Though Albert never saw a third man, he recognized the 2. He did see Frank Sutton and Bernard Ledbetter, both division VPs. Craig Barstow, the division VP over DFB's banking sector, convinced Carolyn to have lunch with him, saying he needed her to plan some events. She agreed, though she knew him to be one of the 5 from the video. Despite her feelings, she had to do her job. She hoped their day of reckoning would come soon. During lunch, Carolyn didn't trust Craig. She was always careful not to eat anything that could be tampered with. Craig found her caution amusing. Despite her efforts to stay safe, today she wouldn't escape. Today was payback. After lunch, Carolyn and Craig got into his car. As she was putting on her seatbelt, someone got in the back seat before Craig could drive away. "Hi there, Carolyn," said a voice she knew. "Mind if I join you two?" "Philip, what are you doing here?" Carolyn asked, now nervous. She was alone in a car with two VPs from the video. I hope you don't mind if I join you two lovebirds, Philip joked. I saw the car and thought I'd get a ride back to the office. My client had to leave suddenly because of a family emergency, but I need to make a call and my battery is dead. Carolyn, can I use your phone for a moment? She hesitated but then handed it to him. He turned it off and put it in his pocket. He used his own phone to make a call. It's me. Right, we're on our way. Maybe 15 minutes. No, everything's cool so far. Okay. He hung up. What's going on? Who was that? I want my phone back, Carolyn said. Philip replied, Calm down, Carolyn. Everything will be fine. We just need to make a quick stop. It won't take long, I promise. You're scaring me. Where are we going, Craig? This isn't the way to the office. What's happening? Give me my phone back, she shouted. Philip angrily said, Carolyn, if you don't calm down, I'll make you calm down. Trust me, you don't want that. I have a stun gun here. He showed her the sparking stun gun. If you don't be quiet, I'll use it and you'll be out. Do you understand? Carolyn began to tremble with fear. She knew this was a bad situation, but she stayed quiet, hoping for a chance to escape. They were far from other people on the edge of town. Albert was worried and unsure of what to do. About half an hour earlier, he thought he saw someone being taken away against their will, but he wanted to be sure before doing anything. He checked on Feldman, tapping his shoulder and poking his chest. Feldman was out cold, breathing heavily but unconscious. Albert then opened Vance's office door. It was empty, just as he guessed. He didn't know what to do. If he made too much noise about this, the bosses could fire him or cause him a lot of trouble. But he liked Vance and knew Vance would help him if things were the other way around. Finally, Albert called security and told them about Vance's possible kidnapping and Feldman's condition. 3 security officers and Terrence arrived quickly. Terrence slapped Feldman hard in the face a few times, waking him up. Albert repeated what he saw to everyone there. Feldman was upset that he had let his guard down. He still felt a bit sleepy and thought the food cart girl had tricked and drugged him, which made him both embarrassed and angry. Terrence asked Feldman, What do we do? Where could Vance be? Where would the bosses have taken him? Feldman quickly answered, I don't know, but I know how to find out. Remember that pen we gave him? It has a GPS chip we can track with an app on my phone. Terrence, you'll have to drive, and I'll tell you where to go. Gene Tuttle, the security chief, jumped in. You're not going anywhere without us, he said firmly. He then called for a Suburban to be ready at the loading dock. They all got in and quickly drove towards the tracking signal. On the way, Gene called the police, saying they thought Vance Rail had been kidnapped, but the place was far on the other side of town. It would take a while to get there. When Vance woke up, his head was cloudy. He realized he was lying on a bed tied up. A rope was around his ankles, keeping his legs together and connected to the bed frame. His arms were stretched out and handcuffed to the headboard. He couldn't move much at all. As his vision cleared, he looked around the shabby room. It was definitely not a fancy place. He saw 3 men in the room with him, Damian Davenport, Frank Sutton, and Bernard Ledbetter. These were 3 of the 6 men who had humiliated his wife and ruined his marriage. He remembered being knocked out by Frank and Bernard. They had brought him here somehow. What's going on? Vance demanded. So nice of you to join us, Mr. Rail, Damon sneered. Keep your mouth shut. We'll explain everything soon. I see our other special guest has just arrived, he said as Frank opened the door. A very scared and nervous-looking Carolyn Graham walked in, followed by Craig Barstow and Philip Harmon. It was obvious she wasn't there by choice. With the exception of Steve Crenshaw, who was in jail, the other men who had hurt his wife were all there. Craig picked up a small camera from a nearby dresser, turned it on, and started recording. Damon began, Good. Looks like we're all here. Steve will enjoy watching this later. Welcome, Carolyn and Vance. You two are our special guests and are about to star in your own video. Carolyn started crying. No! Vance gritted his teeth. You'll never get away with this. Why are you doing this? Damon nodded to Philip, who stepped forward and activated a stun gun in front of Vance's face. The crackling sound was loud and menacing. One more outburst, and Philip will use this on you. It hurts a lot for a few seconds until you pass out. Some people even die from it. As long as you both cooperate, we'll keep it away. You have my word on that. What do you want from us? Vance asked. Not much. Like I said, you two are going to make a very explicit video for us. But why? You've already hurt my wife. Why make us do this? Damon explained. Don't worry. We have our reasons. Carolyn, did you think you could betray us and get away with it? You're the only one who knew what we were doing with Abby that night. Even though nobody directly told you, we figured out that you must have heard things you shouldn't have. As a longtime personal assistant, you should know that keeping secrets is a big part of the job. That video exists because of you, and now you must face the consequences. Don't worry. You will still have your job, but you are under strict watch from now on. He went on. And as for you, you worthless scumbag, I've hated you since I knew you existed. Your birth messed up my family, making life terrible for Camille, Eric, and me. That was bad enough. But then you tried to mess with our lives and take what was never yours. And that wasn't enough for you, right? You sent copies of that cursed video to the 5 wives, destroying 5 families. You couldn't talk to us like an adult. If you had worked with us, we could have made you rich. But no, you sent that video out without thinking. Damon continued. And then to top it off, your foolish actions got me fired, and now you're trying to take my inheritance. Steve is in jail, and you need to listen carefully. You are going to make things right, and we will make sure you are motivated to do so. You two are going to be recorded in an intimate act right here and now. When I'm satisfied with the recording, I will use it to make you do what I want. If that video gets out, both of you will be fired, just like me. Vance, after today, you will do everything to get me reinstated, or you will end up like me. Carolyn, not only would you be fired for breaking company rules, but your husband and son will get copies of the video. I'm sure they would love to see you with another man. Maybe your marriage will suffer like the other men's. Karma is a tough lesson, isn't it? Damn you, Damon, Vance cursed. You won't get away with this. We will testify that you kidnapped us and forced this. Testify? We have 10 witnesses each who will say we were 20 miles away while you two had your secret meeting. It will look like you paid a homeless man to record your private encounter. As tears fell onto her plate, Abby returned to her lonely apartment. It felt empty, devoid of love and excitement. She still had her job and made twice as much as Vance, but her days were joyless without him. There was no one to share her success or raise the baby with. Abby was relieved to be free from Steve and the others, but at a cost. If the baby was one of theirs, she'd get a big paycheck. But if it was Vance's, she'd get even more. Either way, she knew she would have her baby. Steve had told her all the copies of the video were gone, except for the ones the wives had. They couldn't use them due to divorce terms. Vance's memory was the biggest hurdle, but she believed she could replace bad memories with good ones if he let her. Abby went to the appointment and gave her blood sample. The sooner she knew the truth, the better. Damon Davenport needed to talk with his partners about getting back his place in the company, which his father had meant for him to have. He had a plan to get his job back, but needed help with some details. He wanted the vice presidents to meet at his home to discuss it. They needed to be sneaky and brave, but these were not shy men. During the meeting, some men suggested telling Abby about Vance's upcoming promotion to use her greed to distract him, making her seek reconciliation. Damon said no. He knew that would make her more loyal to Vance. Instead, he had a backup plan. He told them to make Abby feel superior to Vance by reminding her of her achievements compared to his. This way, Vance might get disgusted and quit before his year at the company ended. A young college girl, just 20 years old and very pretty, was hired for a special task. She was quietly brought into the DFB building and given a cart full of snacks to push around. Her job was to approach the man sitting outside office 0037. She walked up to him wearing a blue mini skirt and a blue satin top. She smiled as she moved closer. She said she was new and hadn't made any sales yet. She offered him a free blueberry muffin and a canned drink to try out if he would tell others about her goods. She ate a muffin with him as he accepted her offer. She was being paid $200 to get him to accept a particular muffin and $500 if he ate it all. She made him laugh and took her time to make sure he finished it. She had no idea why she was doing this, but she was happy to earn the money. When he was done, she walked away and was taken out of the building with her cash. What neither she nor the big man knew was that the muffin had 3 crushed sleeping pills in it. Within 15 minutes, he fell asleep in his chair. After another 45 minutes, 3 men in coveralls showed up with a large cardboard box on a hand truck. One of the men walked to the corner to make sure no one else was coming. Another man put chloroform on a cloth. The third man used a master key to unlock the door to Vance's office while the big man slept. The 2 men rushed into the office and surprised Vance. They quickly tied his arms behind his back and put the chloroform cloth over his mouth until he passed out. Albert, in the office across the hall, heard a noise. Curious, he opened his door a tiny bit and turned off his light so no one would see him. The 2 men put Vance in a fetal position in the box and taped it shut. They then tilted the box back onto the hand truck. Albert saw them looking both ways before leaving Vance's office with the box. Albert heard one of the men whisper, "Hurry, let's get him to the loading dock before anyone sees us. Damon's going to be mad if we're late." They pushed the box down the hall like they were making a regular delivery. Though Albert never saw a third man, he recognized the 2. He did see Frank Sutton and Bernard Ledbetter, both Division VPs. Craig Barstow, the Division VP over DFB's banking sector, convinced Carolyn to have lunch with him, saying he needed her to plan some events. She agreed, though she knew him to be one of the 5 from the video. Despite her feelings, she had to do her job. She hoped their day of reckoning would come soon. During lunch, Carolyn didn't trust Craig. She was always careful not to eat anything that could be tampered with. Craig found her caution amusing. Despite her efforts to stay safe, today she wouldn't escape. Today was payback. After lunch, Carolyn and Craig got into his car. As she was putting on her seatbelt, someone got in the back seat before Craig could drive away. "Hi there, Carolyn," said a voice she knew. "Mind if I join you two?" "Philip, what are you doing here?" Carolyn asked, now nervous. She was alone in a car with 2 VPs from the video. "I hope you don't mind if I join you 2 lovebirds," Philip joked. "I saw the car and thought I'd get a ride back to the office. My client had to leave suddenly because of a family emergency. But I need to make a call and my battery is dead. Carolyn, can I use your phone for a moment?" She hesitated but then handed it to him. He turned it off and put it in his pocket. He used his own phone to make a call. "It's me. Right. We're on our way. Maybe 15 minutes. No, everything's cool so far. Okay?" He hung up. "What's going on?" "Who was that?" "I want my phone back," Carolyn said. Philip replied, "Calm down, Carolyn. Everything will be fine. We just need to make a quick stop. It won't take long, I promise." "You're scaring me. Where are we going, Craig? This isn't the way to the office. What's happening? Give me my phone back," she shouted. Philip angrily said, "Carolyn, if you don't calm down, I'll make you calm down. Trust me, you don't want that. I have a stun gun here." He showed her the sparking stun gun. "If you don't be quiet, I'll use it and you'll be out. Do you understand?" Carolyn began to tremble with fear. She knew this was a bad situation, but she stayed quiet, hoping for a chance to escape. They were far from other people on the edge of town. Once Carolyn and Vance cleaned up and dressed, Vance spoke to the lead officer. "My name is Vance Rael. I'll soon be one of the main shareholders of Davenport Financial Services and Banking. It is very important that no one sees the video on that camera except the DA. It has evidence of kidnapping, assault, and attempted assault by these men. I want to make sure her modesty is protected." The officer nodded. "I'll handle it personally, sir. I understand the sensitivity of this matter. Once it's logged into evidence, I'll take it directly to the DA." "Thank you, officer. I really appreciate it," Vance replied. Feldman approached Vance, who shook his hand warmly. "I'm sorry it took us so long to get here, sir. I was fooled by a pretty face, and I'm very angry at myself right now." "You couldn't have known what they were planning, Feldman. No one could," Vance said. "What tipped you guys off?" "Albert saw you being kidnapped. It took him almost an hour to tell me, but he called security right after. Otherwise, we would have been here sooner. Remember the pen I gave you? It has a GPS tracker inside. That's how we found you." "Good old Albert," Vance said. "Yes, sir. Even though he delayed, if he hadn't seen it and reported it, these men might have succeeded. Mrs. Graham didn't deserve what she went through, but at least it was stopped before it got worse." "I'm glad you used the tracker. I thought it was too much at first, but now I'm grateful you did." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's get you and Mrs. Graham away from here." "Where to, sir?" "Thank you, Feldman. Let's take Mrs. Graham home first. Then you can drop me at my hotel so I can shower and clean up." "Yes, sir. Right away, sir." Carolyn and Vance exchanged knowing looks. They now shared a bond born out of violence and coercion. Yet they did not see what they had endured together as disgusting or shameful. It was a comforting moment where two people became close while facing a huge danger together. Carolyn gave Vance a thankful hug. She looked up at him with tears in her eyes and said, "Vance." But Vance cut her off. "Don't worry, Carolyn. Other than the small bit we might need to say at the trial, we won't talk about what happened today ever again." More tears filled Carolyn's eyes as she said, "Thank you, Vance. Ethan was right to trust you. You have a good heart." Eric and Camille were shocked and upset that Damon and the managers did such terrible things. The managers were fired right away, and the company promised to help the police. The company also made it clear they wouldn't help the managers with their legal problems. After talking to the police, they found no proof that Abby Rail knew anything or helped in any way. Since Abby wasn't involved, Vance asked that she keep her job until the divorce was final. Then she would be fired for breaking the company's policy against relationships with co-workers and wouldn't get any of Vance's money. With the danger now lessened, Feldman didn't need to protect Vance at work, but he still walked Vance to his hotel room across the street each night. Since the accused were out on high bail, a judge ordered them to stay 500 feet away from Vance, or they would lose their bail. The company paid for Carolyn to get therapy since the attack happened at work. They offered therapy to Vance too, but he politely turned it down. He was focused on his divorce. Vance wanted a quick and easy divorce so he could move on with his life. He found out that mediation can make divorces faster, which is what he wanted, but he needed Abby to agree to a simple divorce, which takes about 3 months in New York if both sides agree. Abby didn't know about Vance's new connections with the Davenports and the money it would bring him. Even if she knew, nothing was finalized yet, so Vance could still say he was an intern making $50,000 a year. Damon, Abby's brother, was busy trying to get out of the legal mess he was in and still saw Abby as his backup plan. Vance knew he wouldn't have a relationship with his half-brother. He thought about sending Damon's wife a video to help her with her divorce, but decided not to hurt Damon's relationship with his kids any more than it was already. Abby emailed Vance saying she had the paternity test results and wanted to meet soon if he was available. She asked for a private meeting at their apartment to keep some information between them. Although Vance didn't want to meet, he needed her to agree to a simple divorce, so he acted friendly and set up a meeting for that night. Abby wanted to cook for him, but Vance knew she wasn't a good cook, so he offered to bring takeout at 7 p.m. As expected, Abby was dressed in a black dress and heels, wearing his favorite perfume. She thought she could win him back. She was very sorry that the men she had been involved with before had taken part in his and Carolyn's kidnapping. She promised she didn't know about it and hadn't seen those men since things fell apart. They ate and talked about the past, the present, and what Abby hoped would be their future. Abby could tell Vance was just being polite. Vance tried to stay calm no matter what the paternity test said. He wanted a divorce. "Honey, I wanted to tell you the results in person. Even though you are not the father, this is still our baby. From the moment this child is born, you will be the only father it knows. This is a good thing, a chance to get closer than ever." Vance looked at her without showing any emotion. He felt relieved that they wouldn't have to stay in each other's lives after the divorce, but he knew he had to pretend to be supportive to get the quick divorce he wanted. He kept quiet while she kept talking. "The best part is, we will raise this baby together. And guess what? The jerks who led me astray that night are feeling guilty. They've put together $500,000 to help us. Can you believe it? This will give our baby the best start. Isn't that amazing?" she said happily. "Abby, I understand your positive outlook, but after all that's happened, I can't get past it. The money will be helpful he started to say. But she cut him off. "Oh, now you want to talk about the money? You can't forgive me, but you can take the money. Is it because I make twice what you do? Come on, admit it." Vance felt his anger rising, but he tried to stay calm. "Quick divorce," he thought to himself repeatedly. Vance said calmly, "The fact that you say that proves I'm not the right man for you, Abby. You deserve someone who is your equal, not someone you look down on. Let's agree on the terms and listen. If you think you're getting any of that $500,000, forget it. I was giving you a chance to be a man, a father, and a good husband, but you only care about the money." "What?" he gasped. "You heard me," she said angrily. "If you can't admit you are a loser who let a better man give your wife a better child than you, then you sure won't get any of my hard-earned money. If you want a divorce, fine. But if you leave with nothing, no alimony, and don't think you can come back to me later when you're begging on the street. Remember what you threw away. You had a good life with me, but I won't support a loser." It was hard for Vance to contain his excitement. Her words meant nothing to him. He saw how selfish she really was, and felt glad he learned this before wasting more time. He tried to look sad but couldn't manage it. If he smiled, it would ruin the terms she just agreed to, so he stayed calm. "You're right, Abby. You deserve it all, and I deserve nothing. I'll agree to your terms. No alimony, even though you earn double what I do. I'll make do with my small salary and let you find someone worthy. Maybe one of the 5 former VPs, smartass." "You'll regret leaving me," she said angrily, as Vance left her apartment for the last time. He felt great. He couldn't be prouder of himself for staying silent to speed up the divorce. She was giving him a quick, easy divorce as long as he took nothing else. He had his ashtray and his future, and he was no longer sad she wouldn't be in it. He asked his lawyer to rework the divorce papers the next day and had 4 copies sent for her to sign. The person delivering them was also a notary who reported back that she complained a lot about Vance, but she did sign the papers. Now he just had to wait 90 days for the final court papers ending their marriage. Vance hoped nothing would mess up the process. He wouldn't let her lose her job until after the divorce was official. Camille, Eric, and Warren worked on filling the 5 empty spots left by the accused kidnappers and Steve. Besides the serious charges, they had enough proof of rule-breaking to replace them. It took 2 weeks of interviews to fill the positions. Walter Kinley kept a good reputation during all this and was kept in the dark by the others because of his strong beliefs. He was given Steve's lead VP position and a higher salary for his honesty and loyalty. 4 positions were filled by staff within the company. They were not involved in any wrongdoings. The last position was filled by someone from outside the company. A headhunter said she would be a great addition and had just the right experience they needed. A month after the kidnapping, Feldman wasn't seen with Vance at work anymore because the kidnappers were all fired and couldn't get into the building. But Feldman kept checking on Vance because he still felt bad for being tricked so easily before. He promised himself nothing would happen to Vance again while he was around. One mid-morning, Feldman decided to visit Vance for fun. As he turned the corner to Vance's office in the basement, he saw a snack cart outside the closed door. This shocked him a lot. He ran as fast as he could. Knowing Vance's office door locked when closed, he didn't bother knocking. He crashed through the door with his strong right shoulder like a battering ram. Inside, he saw the same pretty girl from before who had somehow gotten into Vance's office without stopping. Feldman tackled Vance to the floor just as Vance was about to eat a hot apple pastry. The girl quickly ran away. "What the heck?" Vance yelled, confused. Feldman got up fast and said, "Don't eat that! It could be poisoned! Stay here! I'm going after her!" He ran out the door. Feldman saw the girl heading for the loading dock door. He chased after her, yelling at a delivery man near the door to stop her. The man blocked her until Feldman caught up and grabbed her. The girl cried nonsense as Feldman called security. She was taken to the security office. Gene Tuttle, the head of security, called the cafeteria supervisor to see if she was allowed in the building. The supervisor did not recognize her and checked on all snack cart staff. All were accounted for. She was unknown. Feldman told Gene what happened, so Gene called the district attorney, DA, to file a trespassing complaint and to hold her until the snack could be tested. Due to earlier events, the DA agreed and detained her for questioning. The girl stayed quiet and gave the officers a business card of her lawyer. The DA sent the pastry to the lab for testing. Within hours, the lab found the pastry was full of a dangerous drug called succinylcholine chloride. This drug can paralyze the whole body, including the breathing muscles, leading to death. This drug is hard to detect after it's consumed, but the large amount in the pastry was easily found. After 3 days of tough questioning, the girl admitted who she was. She confessed to trying to poison Vance, just like she had tried with Feldman. She claimed she didn't know it was lethal. She thought it would just make him sleep. She was paid $1,000 to deliver it as part of a plea deal. She got 1 year of probation and 200 hours of community service for giving names. She said a group of men arranged for her to enter the building, but she only knew one name, Damon. She could identify the men if she saw them. All involved were kept in jail until their trials. Later, Vance, Terrence, and Feldman were having lunch in the cafeteria. Vance asked Feldman, "How did you stop me from eating that poisoned apple turnover the other day?" Feldman looked unhappy as he remembered. He said, "After the kidnapping, I was really hard on myself. I promised Camille and Eric that no one would get to you again on my watch. I made sure to stay close by, even if you didn't know it. I'm sorry I had to tackle you so hard, but I saw that card and knew you were in danger. I had to do something." Vance patted Feldman on the shoulder. "I'm really grateful you did. If it means saving my life, you can tackle me anytime," he laughed. On August 25th, Vance got a hand-delivered copy of his divorce decree. The judge had signed it that morning. He felt both happy and sad, happy to be free from a cheating wife, but sad because he lost someone who was once his best friend. When they first came to New York, life seemed full of good things. Now, because of Abby and her bad choices, everything felt ruined. On September 1st, there was a special board meeting. 2 Davenports, Trustee Warren Benson, and 6 new vice presidents were there. The meeting was all about Vance Rail. Camille started the meeting right away. "A lot has changed since we were last here. Thanks to Vance Rail, we were able to get rid of the bad part of our company. Now it's time to fix the missing piece and make Vance a full partner," she said. Camille continued, "Today, I ask that we make Vance Rail a full voting partner and owner of 1/3 of Davenport Financial Services and Banking. All in favor, please raise your hands." Eric and Camille quickly raised their hands, and Warren did too. Vance looked around and saw that everyone had their hands up. "Let the record show it's a unanimous decision. Vance, you are now officially one of us, and we are very proud to have you," said Eric. Warren added, "My role as trustee is now over. Every part of your father's will has been fulfilled. The 3 of you are now equal partners. Vance, welcome to the family." Everyone applauded loudly. Camille and Eric hugged Vance. He was too moved to say much, so he simply hoped to prove himself worthy in the future. 2 days later, Abby was called to the executive conference room. She entered feeling unsure and saw Carolyn with a serious look on her face. "What's going on, Carolyn? Why was I called here?" Abby asked. "Abby, help yourself to the snacks on the table. The board asked me to update you on many changes at DFB since your divorce. You will have questions, but please wait until I'm done," said Carolyn. "I was chosen to talk to you because we've worked together as PAs. I'm sorry to bring this up, but I need to share personal and difficult information about your time here. Vance wanted me to tell you everything to avoid bringing up painful memories for him." Carolyn explained everything in detail about what had happened since Abby joined. It took nearly 45 minutes. Abby was shocked. She learned she was part of a plan by her bosses to cause trouble in her marriage. She cried when she found out that much of Vance's intended salary had been given to her to create conflict. She already knew about the kidnapping and extortion, but seeing everything together was overwhelming as she realized the full extent of her mistakes and how she had been used against Vance. She felt crushed when she found out about Vance's real identity. She got sick. She saw clearly how badly she had failed as his wife. If she had been honest with him, their lives would have been very different. Carolyn then gave Abby her termination letter for breaking the company's rules. Abby fell to the floor in despair. The final blow came when she learned that this same scheme had happened before with another PA, Donna Griggs. What Abby didn't know was that the guys were just playing a mean game. Once Donna found out she was pregnant and it wasn't her husband's baby, they all disappeared. She got no money and her husband left her. It was her word against theirs, and they hired expensive lawyers to block any DNA tests. Donna moved to another state, broke and embarrassed. She gave the baby up for adoption. Meanwhile, Carolyn did her best to comfort Abby, who was her co-worker and friend. But in the end, Abby had to leave her job, carrying all her things with her. Vance gave Carolyn a big promotion and a pay raise with Camille's and Eric's permission. He gave her a special gift, an ashtray that had a deep meaning. Carolyn was very loyal to Vance until she retired, protecting him like a mother bear. She would do anything for him, but they always kept their relationship professional. They joked about the rule that didn't let them date co-workers. When Vance separated from Abby, he told his parents about the divorce and why, but he waited until after the divorce to tell them about his half-siblings, Camille and Eric. He invited his parents to New York to meet them. They were very surprised. They apologized for not telling Vance about his adoption, saying they wanted him to feel secure. Camille shared the whole story, and then Vance's parents asked if he planned to find his biological mother, Gabriela Ruiz. He hadn't thought about it before. He searched online and found out she was alive and wealthy, but Vance wasn't sure if he wanted to meet her because no one could replace the parents who raised him. Damon Davenport and the former vice presidents Steve Crenshaw, Frank Sutton, Bernard Ledbetter, Craig Barstow, and Philip Harmon were held until their trial. Steve was accused of stealing a lot of money. Vance testified that Steve framed him. Steve said Damon was the mastermind behind it all, trying to get rid of Vance. Damon and Steve got 6-year sentences and had to pay $50,000 each. The stolen money had been returned long before the trial. Steve did not want to be part of the kidnapping or murder plans, so he wasn't charged with those crimes. Damon, Frank, Bernard, Craig, and Philip were found guilty of kidnapping Vance and Carolyn. Damon got life in prison without parole. The others got 40 years but could be paroled after 15 years. The district attorney gave the camera with the evidence back to Vance. Copies of the videos were kept in their files. Vance made a copy of the video and then destroyed the camera and memory chip. He kept the video in a safe place and never told Carolyn about it. Carolyn's truth was too much for Abby. She became so upset that she thought about ending her own life. She stopped eating and taking care of herself, and sadly, she lost her baby. After she told her parents about her dark thoughts, they took her back to Columbus for therapy. It took a year of treatment for her to start over. She got a job as a staff accountant and planned to take the CPA exam. Therapy helped Abby see what she had become. It would be a while before she thought about dating again. Vance didn't have anyone special in his life for now. He grew closer to his half-siblings, Camille and Eric, and became a loved uncle to their kids. He felt he needed time to think about everything that had happened before moving on. After what he went through with Carolyn, Vance saw new possibilities. He had never considered dating outside his race. He realized that his hesitation wasn't about integrity, but about prejudice. Maybe his biological father had more to teach him. Vance wanted to be a better person. Looking back, Vance felt amazed by the opportunities that had come from his past troubles. At the same time, he wondered what his life would have been like without all the struggles. Would he have been just as happy without the success? While dealing with his personal struggles, he spent a whole year working closely with Stan. Together, they put his ideas and plans into the company's work, making even more money. He often thought about his future love life. He had a rewarding job and a caring big family, but he still felt empty inside. This space used to be filled by his loving wife. Could he ever feel that way again? Now, he always listened to Pentatonix's version of Leonard Cohen's song Hallelujah on his MP3 player. Thanks for listening to One Infidelity Hit. If you liked what you heard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and drop us a like.